spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Kiswahili is expected to dominate parliamentary sessions today after Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna responded to Tanzanian MPs who defended President Samia Suluhu Hassan following her decision to expatriate Kenyan activists from her country. Through his message on X, Sifuna said, quoting him, "Tomorrow, which is today, only Kiswahili is required in Parliament so that our Tanzanian colleagues can understand us." Senator Sifuna earlier criticized Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi, who defended the decision to deport Kenyan activists, saying that government officials shouldn't betray Kenyans who, in his view, did nothing wrong by attending the hearings of the case of Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu.
I know that we leaders have a responsibility to Kenyans and no other person. I know lawyers who went to Kampala International University and Makerere who qualified there, and they have come to the Kenya School of Law. They are practicing law in Kenya. I have had people trying to justify, saying, oh, these are activists. Activism in itself, Honorable Speaker, is not a crime. So for me, I was deeply embarrassed to see our Foreign Affairs Minister, who should be our foremost defender, adopt a very nonchalant, a very laid-back, a very lazy attitude that he has not even summoned the Tanzanian ambassador to ask him what was the reason why these brothers of ours were expelled.
Yesterday, Tanzanian MPs strongly criticized NARC Kenya's Martha Karua and Boniface Mwangi, who said that they were harassed by the president in the country.
Na hili kosa lisitokee tena hapa. Hivi mtu anatoka huko analeta ujinga wake hapa, halafu eti anarejeshwa nzima salama salimini kweli? Wengeona makali ya jeshi la Tanzania. Anayekuja kwetu tunamalizana naye hapa hapa.
Sisi Tanzania hatuna cha kujifunza Kenya. Hatuna hata kimoja cha kujifunza. Tunawazidi siasa, tunawazidi akili, tunawazidi kila kitu. Na wala swala la Kiingereza sisi sio kipaumbele.
And moving on, as a woman continues to receive serious treatment at the Kisii Referral Hospital after being hacked by her husband in Mugirango South, some leaders have come forward to condemn the act. Speaking at a campaign meeting against GBV, Nyamira County Woman Representative Jerusha Mumanyi said such things should not be witnessed in today's society.
Tumesikia mambo mingi ambayo yanauzu watu wetu, watu wanauana, wengine wanachiua. Kwa hivyo hatutaonelea kama kwamba hilo ni jambo mzuri, kwa sababu imechukua maisha ya watoto wetu, imechukua maisha ya wamama, imechukua maisha ya wasee.
On her part, Kitui South MP Rachel Nyamai advised couples to find alternative ways of resolving their dispute instead of fighting and hurting each other.
Sisi hakutukusikia katika Biblia mama ambaye alichapwa, ama mwingine akauawa, ama mwingine akaenda kutupwa kwa mto, ama mwingine akaenda kutupwa kwa lake. Lakini wakati huu wetu sisi na nyinyi ni Wakristo na wengine ni Waislamu. Kwa kweli, jameni, kwa nini wanawake wanauawa hapa?
It has emerged that Juja MP George Koimburi, who's admitted at Karen Hospital after he was allegedly abducted and tortured, that he was actually also poisoned. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who visited him, said the MP was unable to speak but was out of danger.
He has serious soft tissue injuries. This is torture normally done by professionals. He has lost his voice, and the doctors are working round the clock to restore his vocal cords. And the Honorable Koimburi has been able to communicate through writing, because he is not able to speak, that some chemical was administered through inhalation, and the doctors have told us that preliminary investigations confirm that chemical has interfered with his vocal cords. The doctors have assured us they are doing everything within their power. He's out of danger.
The 7 comes as police have denied involvement in the alleged abduction hours after Koimburi was found unconscious at a coffee plantation in Kiambu County. That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that I hate in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So, you guys, how do you want it to be? I just leave you alone inside that place to do what you want. Me, I don't touch anything here. Okay, I'm talking to people inside.
Oh, okay.
Trying to frustrate my life.
Outside. Yeah.
But good morning.
Good morning.
You see now, guys, we can't hear Dennis, we can't hear anybody. Lydiah, hi. Should I touch anything here or not?
Should I say
now we're
hi?
on the air. Okay. Aseto.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
You know, the things are controlled from essentially where you are not. But here we are anyway. Good morning, everybody. And how are you doing?
Good morning. Did you find our song?
Which one?
I thought we had the whole theme to song for today.
There's a theme.
Yes.
There was a song in my... Every penguin's got a song. But it was a different one.
It's a hit song by Coolio.
We're spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Hey, I'm telling you, boss, where we are.
I'm surprised that Aseto is here.
Hey.
Mambo
Aseto is actually here.
Niko hapa.
Mko salama lakini? You guys, the things that we are seeing with our eyes like this in this world.
In 4K.
I'm telling you,
Ukicheza
in
kidogo.
4K color display.
You're not just disappearing. You're being ingested with some chemicals and whatnot. Where? Don't joke.
And you have 2 bodyguards. Hey, boss. Me, I only guard my body.
Yeah.
You only guard your body. But now this morning, how are you?
Perfect. Good. You know, slept well. You know, the only problems are money. You know, that's how you know you're okay in this country. If your only problems are money, you're fine.
Well, and we've still woken up this morning. Life.
God is good.
But it's cold today. I really feel it.
Nabado, my friend.
Today I feel it. I felt it. It's super cold today.
I would just want to encourage all of you in the Lord, even in the cold and in the situation in which you find yourselves this morning. The Lord is your strength. You don't have to worry about anything. As it says in his word, fear not, for I am with you. That even though you see the enemy advancing, that the Lord is on your side.
Yes.
So choose you this day whom you shall serve. Whether you choose the God of the Amorites or the Amalekites. But as for me and my house,
we shall serve the
we
Lord.
shall serve the Lord.
So the Amorites and Amalekites walikuwa wamechill tu huko, having gone extinct as a people.
Sasa you in this day, in this day and age, you can decide who are your Amalekites and who are your Amorites.
Amalekite skeletons are just shaking.
So
what did we do?
You decide which one you are fighting. But as for me, tuko hapa leo asubuhi hii. That's where it ends. Okay. We are very glad to be
I will translate. Go.
Tumechukua fursa
Decide to take this opportunity.
Na wadhifa na rununu.
That's a phone.
Oh man, whatever. Anything we can just throw it in at this point. Guys. Wow. Welcome to the Situation Room. So I know you're wondering. So I poured water on my shirt this morning, and it's one of those shirts that if anything touches it, it just soaks it up. So you don't worry, it will dry and we'll be fine. Sawa. Okay. And you know that's the thing. We can be real about these things.
We can be real because we can't smell anything fermented. So yes, it is water.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, it's not a spirit.
Got it. I know where you live. So,
no, you don't.
You think I don't? The Situation Room this Tuesday, the 28th of May. Here we are, Ndu, Dennis, and Mark with you today, getting into the morning. There are a couple of conversations which we must have today, and we welcome you to be part of those conversations with us. We're going to start things off at 7 a.m. with Dr. Emmanuel Manasa. He is the Executive Director of Usawa Agenda, and we're going to be looking around funding versus delivery Is Kenya's education sector paying the price? We can answer that question right off, but we're going to look into some of the details. There's too much happening at the same time. From 22 billion shillings capitation that has gone out to different sectors, to 87 shillings reaching one school, to 4,000 reaching another. And then you wonder, how are we to deliver this education with the quality that we are supposed to if these are the things that are happening? We'll talk about that with him at 7. You wonder, are we going to have an education conversation every week? Yes, we are. We will have a conversation until things change. We will keep at it until they change. We'll follow that up with a conversation about the future of regional integration. And David Olesankok is the East Africa Legislative Assembly Member of Parliament, and he joins us at 8. And then at 9 o'clock, see, you knew that there's surveillance now. And people want to be able to look at your digital footprint, see where you've gone, see your trends, see the things you're saying, see the places that you're visiting. Do you live in the dark web? Things like that. And the government is saying, we want to be able to pass this bill that allows us essentially to know where you are, who you're discussing with, and what you're talking about on the internet. Victor Ndede is a Technology and Human Rights Manager with Amnesty International Kenya. He joins us for that conversation at 9. Surveillance or service? What is the government meant to provide? So those are what sets the agenda for our conversations this morning. I welcome you into the room today, and we thank you for already joining us. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Soon to be joined by our audience on KTN. And this is what our conversation will look like today. So, we went to the Gold Coast this week.
Yes.
That's where our proverbs are from.
Gold Coast. Interestingly, the gold nowadays is more inward in Ghana than it is anywhere else. Did you know that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And did you know that Ghana is one of the biggest producers of cacao? Cacao. Mm-hmm. Yes. And many farmers have never tasted this so-called cacao.
Very sad.
Yes, that the chocolate they make, many of them have never tasted. And another interesting fact is that young people, child labor and slavery is still an issue in the Ghana. Mm-hmm. Yes, don't ask me how I know these things. I need to have better hobbies. Like Aseto, eating fish. Just like knowing facts. A child who asks questions does not become a fool. A child who asks questions does not become a fool. It is a good thing that we also adults who ask questions.
I agree.
Therefore, we cannot be fools.
True.
Foolproof.
Mm-hmm. My third grade teacher was Mrs. Preston, and she used to say, "Children, he who asks a question remains a fool for 5 minutes, but he who doesn't remains a fool forever."
Yeah.
I will never forget it. The way she said it was exactly like that. And I always said, you know what? Ask and get the information that you need. If you remain there not asking questions, then you want to sometimes behave as if you're the wisest person in the room. You're not.
Yeah. But you know,
if you don't know, ask. Even the Bible says it. Sorry?
Do you know the Danny-Kruger effect?
What is that?
The effect that where stupid people do not know they're stupid. Stupidity insulates you from the knowledge of itself.
Plus, imagining that if you ask a question that you're stupid without realizing that you're actually the wise one if you do ask.
If you do ask.
Yep.
Please do not be waterproof in terms of the water of knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, it's in asking that you get, so
It's true.
It's in asking that
it's
you
in
get
asking that you get to know. Even the good book across religions actually do. All religions actually have that notion in their book of knowledge. That ask and you shall ask. Ask whether it's something that you'll be given, whether it's something that you seek in terms of knowledge. Open your mouth.
You know what's funny? There is no cult ever in the world that allows questions.
Of course not, because what you would do with the asking of questions is that you then register either a form of disbelief, and that is the last thing that they want. They don't want you to start questioning this thing that they've made you believe in. C'est la vie. Those are the things that we look into, and we can see all of you in the room this morning. Our friends also tuned in on Facebook and on X this morning. Tunasalimiwa na watu kutoka mtandao ya they're called Meta. Yeah, they're Meta. So kila mtu nawasalimia, si ndio? Good morning everybody. Yes, we can see you tuned in this morning. Roiro is tuned in. That's Frederick Ofula. Ondito says, good morning, Spice. Tuned in from Kitui. Githua says, tuko pamoja, karibu sana. Good to have you in the room, as we always do. And folks are creeping into the room. And so we continue saying hi to you as you keep coming in. And also other folks who are tuned in as well. It's just great that you either going to bed, depending on where you are on the globe, or waking up early in the morning, that you choose this as the first conversation that you have. And so we recognize you as we do every morning, and let's say hi to you one by one. Good morning, a very, very good morning to you, Don Zabwa. We see you. How are you? Very well, thank you. The much preached, hyped, and named politics of unity is a key line to installation politics. Interesting. Or rather, isolation politics. I read that wrong, but that makes sense as well. Dr. Venvik says, good morning, tuning in from Tudo in Mombasa. Michael Olande says, bonjour, mon people. You've decided to use oh, yeah, Puple is the same thing. Salutation de Kigali. Very good morning to you as well, Lejean. Desmond Otis says, hello, Team Spice. I pity Rigiji. Every day he has a swollen eye. Well, that could just be a matter of sleep. I looked at him yesterday as well, and those are eye bags. Could be tension, could be exhaustion, lack of sleep, could be anything. Good morning, team. Saseni, Nani, Anataka, Wiu, aka Fufu. Hey, wait. Fulu. Okay. Fulu.
Yeah.
What is that?
Fulu is fish.
Oh, Fulu is fish.
Fulu is fish.
Okay, and Wiu?
Wiu.
Okay, let's just keep it at that now. Sour, no problem. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Top 10 says, good morning. I can't wait for heated debate in Parliament today in Kiswahili. I know it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Tuko Area Wadao says, our African Queen says, good morning, Spice family. Have a beautiful day. Remain positive in the midst of all the negativity. Yes, we will try. Gypsy Corner is tuned in this morning, says, hi, Spice FM. The Situation Room, indeed. Rahim Tula Omar is tuned in and says, I reject the bill to snoop on our social media. Well, it looks like it's coming. We'll have that conversation at 9. Finally, Gen Z are restructuring. Really? Thank you, Akina KOT, Sonko, and Mabonga. They will not believe. Agola says, good morning, people. Good morning to you, sister. How are you? Alvin Mwaura says, good morning from Muruka. Where is Muruka? Don't know? Don't know? Sawa. It's somewhere. Edwin Sifuna giving us the rights, giving as the rights of morals, giving us. Oi, okay. Sour. I get tired sometimes. Okay, Erica War says, good morning, guys. Agola says, the Tanzanian MP is speaking such trash. It is very disgusting. Agola is annoyed. This is some of the highest emotion we've seen from you, Agola. You're upset. I can imagine why. Cham Gay, my beautiful people, tuned in from the city of Nairobi. And Gore, good morning to you. Baga Joshua says, good morning. Ndu from Pipita X Space. Up on your app, sir. Could you please read the first page of the Kenyan passport about EAC? Is it still legit? Do you have your passport? On you? Do you have your passport? No, I'm just asking. You never know, man. I will look for one Kenyan who's got their passport here and will read what it says on the front page. We could actually probably find it on the internet.
Yeah, let's see.
Abdir Kadir Hawadi says, good morning, SpiceFM. This is a listener from Garissa. Good morning. I want to start by sending warm greetings to your entire team. Thank you for always keeping us informed and entertained. Thank you so much for tuning in every morning. Abdir Kadir Asante Sana. Good morning, Spice. Listening from Rongo weather. You are in the weather specifically. Okay, George. Leo, hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning. Aseto, Mark. It's Lydia with the dimples. Lydia, unasalimiwa. The trajectory of our politics won't end well for others, for either those wielding the power or those opposing those in power. Okay. Gypsy says, your daily fix is SpiceFM. That's the way it ought to be. No better drug, in my opinion. Jumbo Spice. Ndu, please say hi to Mzee City. I will definitely greet him. He said, don't worry. Ricardo says, good morning, kings and queens. The day is the day to conquer. Let's go out and conquer. Let's do it. Here we go. Another day to have tough conversations. More power to the people. Amina. Benedito says, good morning from Doha. Dennis and Mark, we are waiting for the comeback of our parliament against the Tanzanian remarks. It's going to be an interesting... Did you watch, actually, the proceedings out of the Parliament Tanzania yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be interesting to see if, and I say if, you know why I'm saying if, because Parliament in Kenya resumes a session today being Tuesday.
Yeah.
Let us see what the responses will be. Once the show ends like this, I'm going to go and put on the TV. Ongani Malala says, good morning. I blame those in leadership. We can't be addressed like that by the Tanzanian Parliament. It is a no. telling you it's a no. Jimmy Munothi says good morning from Naivasha. Good day to you all. Good day to you. Eugene Odhiambo says good morning. CT not back yet. Young Jedi says good morning, Spices. A new day to go at it. Tanzanian MPs really cooked a goose on this one. I know, everybody's got their knickers in a twist over this. Hi, Ndu Dennis and Mark, good morning to you. Lawrence Karaoke says, good morning, Spices, tuned in from a sunny Watford. Greetings, do you feel safe? Irene is asking, do you feel safe? Mark, Dennis, are you safe?
Yeah. Feel safe or being safe? Those two questions are different.
We are guarding our bodies.
Okay. Today is what date, Jamini? This May, is it 28th, 29th? It's 27th.
27th, yeah.
It's 27th. Lydia, maybe you want to check that on that caption. It's actually the 27th of May. It's Children's Day. Did you know that?
Children have a day.
Yeah, everybody has a day. Look, man, we had a day of the potato last week. Where were you?
Okay.
Let me tell you.
Yesterday was the day of Africa Day.
Africa Day was yesterday, something like that.
No, but see, children, it's their day every day. Have you ever had children? Which day is not their day?
Yeah, but this one now, the world will stop and recognizes that it is actually their day.
Hey, my kids, it's your day.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's your day. Children's Day will be celebrated across the world.
So even the one you call baby. Anyway, let's go.
Baby, it's your day. Hey, baby, it's your day. Aseto says.
How many?
That's why they're called baby, so you don't mix up their names.
People are showing your true colors. Gigi says, good morning, Ndu, Dennis and Mark. Quite unfortunate that if you don't sing the song of the majority, you end up somewhere all tortured. It's worrying to say the least. That's true. Hello, Spice family. This is Zach. He says, tune in from 10,000 Lakes. Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning, Spice. Thanks, guys, for the good work you're doing very early in the morning. Thank you very much for being here. Happy Monday from Miami, Florida. Yes, it is Monday night over there. SpiceFM, the situation, very bright and cheerful studio. Good morning, Gypsy. You seem to be quite in it today. We will greet Mr. Dr. Manyasa for you. Don't worry. Gypsy said 4,000 to a school. Yes, you're shouting. A school got 87 bob. 4,000 compared to 87 bob is a lot of money, my friend. But it doesn't make the problem go away. George Okoth, we see you. Bernard Maticha says good morning, and says Yani, the month of May must go. It's 27th. Yeah, we get it. It's the 27th, not the 28th. Tuned in, says Moses. Rwandia says good morning from Atlanta. Kesh Dani says have a terrific Tuesday. Great work you guys are doing. Thank you so much. Mutuflani says pokea salamu zangu nyote. Thank you so much. Atiano says good morning. Kilifi greets you. Hopefully less windy today as we can go to the beach. Sasa wewe you're going to the beach on a Tuesday. Na sisi tunapiga kazi. Atiano, so you invite me to one of my favorite counties. We just chill a little bit. Don't shout. Wenzel Dashington says, Guten Morgen, good people. Good morning to you. Munene Njeru says, good morning. Ivan Omondi is also tuned in. Where's our friend who's always tuned in from München in Germany? You've not been here for a minute. If you're tuned in, let us know. Martin Wangewa says, good morning. Bwangi Jumas, where? There's so many people online this morning. We're getting into it proper. Analyst, Boniface Njoroge, Patrick Mutinda, Leo, the Cold War between Tanzania and Kenya started with the collapse of the first EAC death. We see you, the sisters tuned in. Oyaore says Philip from Umoja. And Ronald Mwachofi is tuned in this morning as well. Elizabeth Obondi says, thank you for keeping us informed. I've learned a lot. Thank you. We always love it that you guys are here. If I didn't get to you, doesn't mean I didn't see you. But we're all glad that you're all here with us as we continue to rack up those numbers. Sawa. Okay, now we want to look into the headlines. Auntie, did the other papers come? No, not yet. We'll wait for them. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what is happening in the headlines. This picture that we see on the front page of the Standard, if anything, it tells the story of the current situation in the country. Kenya's bold newspaper, sliding into anarchy. This is a Kenyan MP, a representative of the people, abducted, tortured, and left for dead. By last evening, Juja MP George Koimburi remained unable to speak, a chilling sign that the current regime's now familiar tactic of abducting and torturing critics may have struck again. Despite official denials, growing claims suggest that key law enforcement agencies have been weaponized to silence dissent. So this is what we are looking at. If you don't play ball, you could end up left for dead in the middle of nowhere. And this is what we are looking at. sliding into anarchy. That's the first headline that we're looking at this morning. On the other pages, it's asking the question, are these 4 men the worst of the security bosses? And there are pictures there of CS Interior Kipchumba Murkomen, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, National Intelligence Service Director General Nordin Haji, and Director of Criminal Investigations Boss Mohammed Amin. It's a question. We'll look into the details of that story. Others that are making the headlines. Kibaki's heirs fight forgery claims as Jimmy Schiff stands on DNA tests so that who is whose mother, who is whose father, we'll see. The NCIC actually summoned Rigathi Gachagua over some comments that he made. Now, Rigathi is telling the NCIC that they're shielding the president's allies by this thing that they're doing. They're actually shielding allies and they need to stop it. Those are some of the things that we're looking at this morning. Some other headlines also. Then, where are we? Court confirms Come's role in police brutality. That's a big story that's hidden somewhere here on page 15. So they essentially have said that, he had a role to play here, and perhaps he's one of those that should be looked at.
Yeah.
Let's look at the headlines in the Star, Dennis.
All right, let's go to the Star. The Star today, the big headline: fallout looms as Gachagua Jubilee fight for dominance. And there we have the images of DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua, Fred Matiang'i, Jeremiah Kioni, Gathonio Mushomba, Ngunjiri Wambugu, and it's all about the control of Mount Kenya region. Everybody wants a piece of the region, and breakdown why Kenyan medics are in big trouble. That is KMPDU Deputy Secretary General Dennis Miskela. And it says, one stop of their class and full of promise, young doctors now face a brutal truth. Medicine is not the prestige field path they dreamt of, but one paved with burnout, despair, and broken systems. In lecture halls, they were the brightest, the ones who aced exams, sacrificed sleep, and believed that hard work would yield not just meaning, but stability and success. But reality for many young doctors in Kenya is far more harrowing. And hunger for wholesome foods rises as illness soar. As the fight against harmful chemicals blamed for the rise in chronic illness continues, Murang'a farmers continue to exhibit a rising thirst for organic products. The county was the first to pass an agroecology policy and act in 2023 that have helped spearhead activities seeking to promote the practice, which involves sustainable farming practices. If you want clean food, where do you go to? Murang'a.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're doing everything without chemicals and whatnot.
Nothing.
It's just a way of ensuring that what they have in the county is good for consumption, because sprayed food, diseases, cancer and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa basi.
Alafu kuna gani tena hapa ndani? Yeah, pretty much. I think those are the big stories. Yeah, we also have Kwale farmers reviving forest hope for carbon credit cash. This is all about climate change and how everyone is becoming creative and ensuring that they get a piece of the money associated with the same. And mystery of botched MP's Taiwan trip as Ruto visits woos China. The government has remained tight-lipped about details of MPs who sought to travel to Taiwan. At the same time, Beijing rolled the red carpet for President William Ruto. The botched trip could have ruined Ruto's visit to China, as the Taiwan question remains a sensitive diplomatic issue in Beijing's diplomatic engagements. So Ruto, China, MPs, Taiwan.
Okay. And Taiwan is inside China.
Yes, the diplomatic mistakes that seemingly the Kenya Kwanza government keeps on making.
Okay.
Ndu,
Yeah.
Yes.
This is specifically for you.
Oh, no.
On your copy of MyGov.
No.
The headline is Ministry to shoulder exam fees despite budget cuts. Yes?
So now we're supposed to clap for them.
Parents will not pay for examination fees, and we are discussing with the Treasury and other parties to ensure that we get the correct figure that is definitely efficiently going to be used in a manner that there is no wastage, saying CS or Gamba.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa. We are going to be talking about that at 7 o'clock. But for now,
yes.
we will do what? We'll take a break and look at what's happening. When we come back, and then we'll have more in-depth look into these stories. It's 26 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll come back and look into the meat of these stories. Ndu, Dennis and Mark, good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Amina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Looking at details of this story, I'm going to read a quote from the Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. And this was as of yesterday. He said, "I am deeply disappointed by the things going on in our country. Not so long ago, MP Were was shot down like a criminal. A few days later, Salasia was taken, and now another MP was taken from church. This government promised that they would not use any criminal justice system to intimidate any opposition. And here we are. So, what are we doing? Sliding into anarchy? That's the question. And that's the question that the front page of the Standard poses today with this article that then is on page 2 and 3. This was actually one of the campaign promises, all right? Yeah. That in as much as it was an economic campaign towards that election, this election was an economic one. One of the things that was very widely and repetitively covered was that there would be no extrajudicial killings. There would be no wanton abductions. There would be no, police force being used on certain things. But unfortunately, look at the week of May, the month of May. Yeah. Not a week has gone by for which we have not seen this. We started off in the first week of May. Even we want to start from the beginning of the year. We started with Brian Odhiambo we don't know what has happened to him. Even with that inquest, which now the 30 days has been over and that they've been told that the forces had a quest or a case to answer, we started off with his disappearance. And the last time he was seen was in the hands of KWS officers. Yeah. We went on. And then before we could even clean our eyes and see straight, Transmara happened, where 4 innocent people were killed. And then 4 other people who were caught up in the melee were also killed. One of them being an 8-year-old girl who tell me what she had to do with any of this by police. Then we get into the month of May, proper into the month of May. The week after that, Ongondo Were is killed. Then we get into the week after that, Salasia is taken. Then now this week we come and then we see that the Juja MP has been tortured, left for dead. Had he been there for a couple more hours, who knows what would have happened? Yeah. What are we doing?
Kenya
this is just the month of May. These 4 things that I've told you have happened in May.
It's in May when former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was also hiding because apparently he had intel that people are coming for him.
As a country, we talked about this yesterday. I think we need to buy a very big mirror and put it in our sky so that we see ourselves. Because whichever way you want to look at it, let's say the government is not involved at all.
Okay.
And this MP is found in the state he is in. He has a government driver, he has a bodyguard, right, who are gun-wielding officials who are allowed to have the monopoly of violence.
Licensed,
licensed,
weapon holders,
you know. And now you ask yourself, if this can happen to him, how goonish are our goons? And then if the goons are goonish, then it's still a government problem. I don't know whether you get what
I absolutely understand what you're saying.
That the government cannot absolve itself of not being able to protect a VIP, whether from itself or from goons.
And that's true.
Yes. And as a country, we need to be able to sit in a space and say that honestly, when I get out of studio and I said Aseto is not really a Luo, I can walk to the lake and be okay. That's the country we are crying for. We are crying that if I disagree with Ndu, I can go to Nigeria and still be hugged by her relatives.
Yeah.
That is what we are crying for. And it is not such a hard thing. You know,
it really isn't. And you know the thing is, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. You know that, if, these things were happening, and then we go to a restaurant.
Yes.
And ask the chef in the kitchen, why have you not protected the people of Kenya?
Yeah.
If the chef tells you, well, because I am a master in the things of the culinary, I don't know about this security issue. We can absolve you because, but if the security agencies who are tasked with the responsibility of securing and safeguarding the livelihoods of Kenyans, not anybody else. If they then tell you, like this chef, that they don't know, then we have a problem.
But then again, you see, as much as the government says it is not us, there is a pattern that we're seeing. There is a pattern that those who are anti-government are the ones who are being picked up. And there is a certain conversation that people will form around what is happening, And for the government to come out and say, we do not know, we cannot respond, there's nothing we can say. Just shut up.
No,
tell us who is doing it.
If you don't, if it is not you, your job as per, why you wake up every day. You wake up every day. The people who went to school to study nursing, they wake up every day to do what? To nurse. Those who woke up, who studied education, they wake up every day to do what?
Educate.
Thanks. You are in security. They have given you a job to ensure that the security of the country is guaranteed. You cannot then wake up in the morning and tell us we don't know, because then the next question we will ask you is, what are you doing there?
Yeah, and for me, I am tired. I'll tell you why I'm tired. Because I would like to wake up and have a day like yesterday, where I got a chance to praise my government.
Yeah.
You know why? Because it actually feels
good.
Honestly,
it feels really good.
God, as the people say. It feels good to wake up to good news and be able to speak to the country about good things.
Yeah.
But if you watch the video, how do you wake up?
Yeah.
And then look for glory in something like that.
As
you cannot, but then again, in the same breath, we know the good job that the security of this country did in finding out who was in charge in killing Ongondoweri. We know the good job they did. The same way they can do that is the same way they can offer the same services to each and every Kenyan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So for us to wake up and say we do not know, because like you said, Kombori is licensed to have a police officer and a driver who are have weapons and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So this is a question, where were these security officers? If they were recalled, who gave the order and why?
And why was he alone?
And why was he alone?
You see, and these are the things that really break our hearts, because you see, I wish there was an effect. I wish this was being done, and then Kenyans are happier. You understand?
Yeah.
Like, I wish by this guy being arrested, there would be a change in the political wave. It's not working.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you get me. It's not working. Whether it is Akimani, an Otieno, or whatever, it's not working. It's a strategy that is not working. Whether you arrest them because of social media, 10,000 other people show up because of social media. Let's change tack. Why don't we just sit down and agree to disagree?
Yeah.
There's this thing, for example, Rigiji said the other day that musicians going to the deputy president's place is wrong, and they should
apologize.
They should apologize and things like that. First, we need to separate politics from the presidency.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that these people are doing is they're filling us with toxicity.
Yeah.
It is so toxic that we as a country have to now, if you go to see the deputy president, let's say you need something signed and he's the only one who can sign, so you shall come back to the studio and apologize.
Why?
You understand? We've become such a toxic society, and then the deputy president is also angry. Rigathi is angry. These politicians are just making our lives so toxic, and we are married to them.
Yeah.
Me, I'm tired.
We're tired. No, we're tired.
By the way, guys, politicians, please chill out. Let people go visit Lucifer if they want. This is a free country, right? And then if the deputy president you have visited and Rigathi Gachagua is not happy, just let it go. What is this?
Then again, we will be so stupid to sit here and assume that everybody will like you.
Yeah.
That everyone should sing to your song. That you are the choir master and I'm the flute player and I should play according to you. My choir master is different and I play according to the tune. Accept it. Move on and agree that here we agree to disagree, and that is fine.
It's very okay, but then this is the thing, that the picture, a picture is representative of so many things. That if this is the picture that greets you, if this is the picture that greets you, and we're talking about so many things, we're talking about democracy, we're talking about a progressive economy, we're talking about forward-shifting policies, etc., and then this is the true picture. And I keep saying, the most vulnerable in your society is the true picture of the nation. When you have sick people, when you have tortured and beaten people left to die, when you have children who cannot go to school for whatever reason, that is the true picture. We must change the picture. Now that things that are looking at it so bad, it is not just lamentation. It has to change. And that's why I hear you. It's tiring. It's exhausting. We shouldn't see things like this. It shouldn't be the case that we're in such an immature way of doing things, that you do me, I do you, as we say in Pidgin. Why should we do that? Why should somebody's father, husband, brother be left to die because he has dissenting views? Why should that be the MO for any state on the globe? Any state, ask the question, that somebody opens their mouth to say something and then you take the right not given to you by anybody to remove, to almost take away his life. But I don't understand how we grant ourselves that license to do this.
You do realize opposition and government.
By the way, let me tell you something, Mark. I don't care who it was. It could have been, I just want to give an example. It could have been somebody who is opposing government. It could have been somebody in government today. It doesn't matter who it was. Human life is sacred. You don't do things like this.
And that's what I'm saying, that whether you're in opposition or in government, it is okay for all your supporters to go to the other person's rally and hear what they have to say.
Do whatever you want.
You understand? As in, there's something called freedom of association, freedom of expression, freedom of political activity. Let me tell you, I can be Aseto's biggest supporter, but I am totally allowed. What is the opposite of Aseto? Ateso. You understand?
Okay.
The point is that I have the right to go listen to someone who has got diametrically opposite views to you. And there's nothing wrong with that. The whole point is none of these tactics are working.
They don't work.
And that's the problem. That's what I don't get. There's no one who's waking up today and going like, oh, I used to think B about Kenyan politics, but now because of this, I'm thinking A. It's not working? Can everybody just stop?
And I'm going to continue saying, and Edwin, it's not being naive. And what you've said is exactly what I've said. And it allows me to even get irritated with you, Edwin, because it's not being naive. It's saying that it doesn't matter whether they are tricks or whether they are true. This is human life that we see lying on the ground. It's not about naivety. It's about the real situation, that it doesn't matter if you're in government or in opposition. This is not on. It is not allowed.
And whether it's tricks being done by the government or opposition, it is the responsibility of the government who have been given the powers of taking care of its people.
By the time somebody's life is being taken and then you're telling me it's a trick, it's not a trick.
Let's stop here. Let's assume it is a trick.
Yeah.
It is also the government to investigate and tell Kenyans that it is a trick. You understand? You see, we live in a country that is based on rule of law. So even if it is a trick, that person can be arrested and be taken to task for the purpose of tricking the Kenyan people and causing public
But do you see what this has done to our minds and our psyche? That somebody's life, look at it, that an 8-year-old girl, whether it's in Transmara or a member of parliament or a priest who's been thrown out of a vehicle, by the way, that's another one I forgot to mention in May, or a priest who's been thrown out of a vehicle. And then what we say is that, you know what, these are just tricks between government and opposition. Do you see what has happened to our minds?
That's how warped we are.
That's what has happened to our minds. That we can sit back and say, you know what, these are just tricks between government and opposition. No.
But you know, let me ask a funny question. This is an MP of which party? UDA. So what exactly is opposition and government in this country?
In this country.
So that you say it's tricks between opposition and government.
Come on.
You see, regardless whether it's tricks, whether it's opposition, whether it's government, the government owes us answers on what is happening in the country. We can't have Selassie, we can't have Brian, we cannot have Rigathi Gachagua, we cannot have Gathoni Mushomba saying her security has been withdrawn with no reasons why. And we sit here and say it's tricks. No, the government should do right by the people and ensure each and every single person in this country is safe and is secure. I should be able to dissent with the government and be sure that I'll get to my home safe.
Yeah. And you know, the thing is, the fact that this is just based on dissent is the saddest part. Because then how will my kids who are becoming teenagers survive in my house?
God.
How would they survive? Because dissent is what they are about, and there's nothing wrong with disagreeing.
There isn't anything wrong with it. And this is a newspaper review that we're doing, but it's okay that we take a few minutes to do this, because you know what, guys? If we allow ourselves to get to the point whereby somebody thrown in a thicket somewhere, somebody lying in a mortuary, the bullet in her head, and it then becomes just numbers, or it then becomes something that you just define as tricks, we are even lower in the bottom of the barrel than we thought, than we imagined. And so we sit here and we talk about things like, if we can talk about death as just tricks between two opposing sides, then this thing that we make noise about corruption is nothing. It's nothing. And we shouldn't get to the place where it's nothing. We should not get to the place where it is nothing. Governance is not about a seal or a vehicle standing atop somewhere, or policies or agreements between two. That's not. Governance is more than that. And we all have a role to play here. We do.
Remember, the government that we have today is our government. The government is you and me. Government is not the people running the country. Government is you and me. And we should demand that right is done. I keep insisting. You know what I mean? Because today, it is tricks by government. The next day it will be you saying, I don't like what the government is saying, and you will disappear. You will be thrown out of the vehicle, and you will be found in a thicket left for dead. At that point, will it be tricks?
You know, we need to be very clear. We need to be very clear that there's a reason why we voted out a certain regime. In the year 2002. And there are certain things we said goodbye to. And one of the things that Kenyans celebrated was the ability to speak. The ability to just speak your mind. We are not Kan youth wingers. We are not in Uganda. We are in a place where the freedom of speech should be held sacred. Sacred.
For God's sake.
It is so important. As in, I imagine myself, because you know, for you and I, we don't need to go far. We give our opinions on media every day. Every day. So how safe am I? How safe am I?
How many people ask me every day, Ndu, are you not afraid to go home? And I say, well, you know what? The weapon that you have is truth.
Yeah.
Not fact. You know, there's a difference.
Yes.
Truth. Truth. And some of the things that you must be true about is that if you're going to be concerned and active in your governance, that the truth of your mind must come out in the words that you express.
Yes.
That is it. Our time is running, but I want to give you another story. The University of Nairobi seems to be yet another university or another institution under siege. And the council chair alleges that the state wants yes men to run varsity. Embattled University of Nairobi Council Chairperson Amuko Anangwe has cited politics and government interferences as the root cause of leadership wrangles at Kenya's premier institution. Professor Anangwe is in his case challenging the ethics and anti-corruption decision to charge him with alleged graft, claims that the prosecution was instigated to pave the way for yes men and women in the council. His lawyer, Abdirazak Mohammed, told the judge that Anangwe was appointed chairperson of the University of Nairobi's council for 3 years effective May 2023. He argued that the charges were also meant to pressure him to drop a separate case in which he had received an order barring the university and the Attorney General from removing him from office, recruiting a new chairman. So basically, he's saying, in all of these things that you people have come for me, it's not true. I have not done anything. It's the state now who's trying to wiggle me out so that they can have their man in the seats. So that crisis continues. Where?
You know, the University of Nairobi is premier institution in this country.
It's just University of Nairobi now.
You know what I mean? It has created a different vibe when it comes to education in this country. That today it's on its knees simply because politics has gotten into the management of university is a sad place to be in.
But you see, for me, it's not just the politics. I don't know that you were here. You remember that time we were discussing is when last did our universities research?
Yeah.
Where? When we are doing all these changes to healthcare, to education, where are our professors giving their opinions and giving their learned opinions on all matters, policy and things like that? Since when have universities stopped being centers of not just academic excellence, but places where we can go to and seek guidance on where the nation should go? Now the universities are the ones looking at us to tell them, listen, stop politics. The last time, if you remember the 90s and the 2000s, who knew what a chairman of a university does?
No one.
No one even knew what a chairman of a university was, because the council did its job and left the vice chancellor to do what is supposed to happen. Nowadays, we know chairman, we know 906 employees of Moi University, we know gates for 50 million in Egerton University, we know. Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah, I knew the gates are pretty expensive.
15 million in Egerton University.
So that it can usher you in and out.
Let me tell you, it is ridiculous what is happening in our universities. And it's just that Nairobi University is at the top of the thing.
Of the pyramid,
but if you dig just by a finger like this, the dirt in all of these universities is scary. And professors, lecturers, dons as used to be called, should be ashamed.
Dennis, one more story.
Okay. Still on matters education. Crisis deepens as capitation fails to reach schools. Ndu, hapo utacheka. Frustration is mounting among public school head teachers across the country as they contend with severely delayed and grossly inadequate government disbursements intended to sustain school operations. With learning already disrupted in several institutions, school heads are warning that unless urgent action is taken, education services may grind to a halt. Described by many as a crisis, some head teachers report receiving as little as 87 shillings from the much publicized capitation funds recently released by the Ministry of Education. A head teacher from Nyanza, speaking on condition of anonymity, described the situation as dire. Term 2, no capitation. Term 1, no capitation. 2024 capitation not finalized.
Okay,
when will this stop?
To their credit, they gave some capitation in term 1. There's a balance, but they gave some.
But also, you know, when you said on condition of anonymity,
he'll be picked up.
No, but my point, that's exactly my point. And what did he say? The situation is dire. He wants to be anonymous to say the situation is dire. That is the most sad statement I have heard in what you've read.
Yeah.
That for you to say the truth, the simple truth, that a school cannot operate without money, you want to be anonymous.
Yeah.
My goodness.
You guys, please help me understand. So, in the system, all schools are listed in the system, and capitation is given according to the numbers of students that you have in those schools, right? So there's a system where all the schools are registered, and then the system where all the students are registered. Money goes. Tell me, in which world? One will get 1 million, another will get 4,000, and another will get 87.
Well,
in this Kenya, this is where we live.
It's
okay. Well, we'll wait and see.
Spice up your life.
And Dr. Manasa will be with us to discuss that. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The government has set aside 950 million Kenya shillings to compensate Kenyans affected by human-wildlife conflict victims across the country. President William Ruto said that his administration has set its eyes on streamlining compensation of all victims to restore dignity and deliver justice to affected communities.
Kuanzia 2013 mpaka 2022 ililipwa pesa bilioni 2.7 2.7 billion, lakini kwa miaka 2.5 tumelipa pesa ingine shilingi bilioni 2.8 2.8 billion. Ni mpango yetu kuhakikisha ya kwamba sio jambo la kawaida mwananchi anapoteza mimea yake, anangojea miaka 5, 6, 7 kulipwa. Mtu anauawa na ndovu, familia inangojea miaka 5, 6, 7 walipwe fidia. Ndio mwaka uliopita nikaamurisha wizara yetu, nikawaambia tubadilishe, ndio tuhakikishe ya kwamba fidia inalipwa in the shortest time possible.
At the same time, in other matters concerning his Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Ruto described him as loyal, hardworking, and as one who understands his job, ensuring that he supports him and the cabinet.
I am very proud that I have a deputy who understands government, who understands what we are doing in agriculture, what we are doing in infrastructure, who understands what we are doing in education, who understands what we are doing in health, and is supportive to the ministers and to me to make sure that Kenya is going forward. Sio mtu ya kisirani, sio mtu ya hasira, sio mtu ya chuki, sio mtu ya ukabila, ni mtu anaelewa Deputy President si mtu ya Meru. Deputy President ni wa Republic of Kenya.
And Kiswahili is expected to dominate parliamentary sessions today after Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna responded to Tanzanian MPs who defended President Samia Suluhu Hassan following her decision to deport Kenyan activists. Through his message on X, Sifuna said, and I quote him, "Tomorrow, which is today, only Kiswahili is required in parliament so that our Tanzanian colleagues can understand us." Senator Sifuna had earlier criticized Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi, who defended the decision to deport Kenyan activists, saying that the government officials shouldn't betray Kenyans who, in his view, did nothing wrong by attending the hearings of the case of Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu.
I know that we leaders have a responsibility to Kenyans and no other person. I know lawyers who went to Kampala International University and Makerere who qualified there, and they have come to the Kenya School of Law. They are practicing law in Kenya. I have had people trying to justify, saying, oh, these are activists. Activism in itself, Honorable Speaker, is not a crime. So for me, I was deeply embarrassed to see our Foreign Affairs Minister, who should be our foremost defender, adopt a very nonchalant, a very laid-back, a very lazy attitude that he has not even summoned the Tanzanian ambassador to ask him what was the reason why this brothers of ours were expelled.
Yesterday, Tanzanian MPs strongly criticized Kenya, saying that what they did was wrong. Kenyans, what they did was wrong, and the action taken by Suluhu was needed.
Na hili kosa lisitokee tena hapa. Hivi mtu anatoka huko analeta ujinga wake hapa, halafu eti anarejeshwa nzima salama salimini kweli? Wengeona makali ya jeshi la Tanzania. Anayekuja kwetu tunamalizana naye hapa.
Sisi Tanzania hatuna cha kujifunza Kenya. Hatuna hata kimoja cha kujifunza. Tunawazidi siasa, tunawazidi akili, tunawazidi kila kitu. Na wala swala la Kiingereza sisi sio kipaumbele.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7:07 on the 27th of May and Tuesday, getting into things, I want you to imagine for a moment that you have a trusted ally by your side always. Are you imagining? Think about what that would feel like. That's what the I&M Bank promise is. We empower you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality, whether it's a new business venture, whether it's your child's education or securing their future. I&M is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we're on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on-your-side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. I&M Bank, on your side. At 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu, Dennis and Mark with you today. We're getting into conversations this morning with Dr. Emmanuel Manasa, who is the Executive Director of Usawa Gender. And he'll join us in a short while. And even as we do, just looking at things and just a wrap up to the conversation that we had as we're coming towards the top of the hour, that yes, we can actually find things that are happening that are good. unfortunately, look at all the proverbs that we hear around the world that, one bad apple spoils the bunch.
Yes.
Or that, the stain from the head, or the stain on the shirt is the one that's visible to the eye. Yeah. Even if it's just a little stain, it's the stain that's visible to the eye. And that's what we are saying. That unfortunately, that the things that we see which present or cause a rot in our societies are the things which are most prominent. And the good things, unfortunately, have to keep fighting so hard to claw their way out. Sadly, we don't have to go too far to find a lot. They're on our headlines. They're on our front pages. They're in our ears every minute, every day. They're in announcements that we hear. It's good. I don't know where, but it would appear as though the Ministry of Education has now found the money that they will use to pay for exams.
Yes.
Now, remember where that comes from. That for every exam you sit, there's an exam registration fee.
Yes.
As it were the case in public institutions, government institutions, schools, that the government shouldered the cost of this. It's 5,000 in some cases, it's 700 in other cases. Remember that there are a lot who couldn't afford to come to school anyway, right? So they came to school and, however they were supported, that happened. Majority of the student population in Kenya is in government school. It's in government schooling. It's in public schooling.
True.
So a lot of these examination fees were taken care of. Now, for you to come in 2025 and then say, we don't have the money for this, it jeopardized potentially the future of a lot of the children. Look at the exams that we have hitting us this year. We've got a grade 7 exam. We've got a grade 9 exam. We still have KPSEA. We have KCSE. All of those things to happen, in the next, from moving on from August, going towards November and into parts of December. So it would be interesting to know where the Ministry of Education or where Treasury now has found this money, and whether it is because of the backlash that we hear from members who are saying, guys, what are we supposed to do? That then you come to your senses and realize, okay, actually, we should continue to shoulder this cost.
Yes.
But I find that the devil really is in the details. The small things that we're supposed to do that essentially make up this pie is the thing that we leave along the way, and that we end up in a situation where we cannot claw back from it. And I really find myself feeling for the folks who are sitting at the helm of the ministry. Because how is it that at every level, whether it's ECDs, which is domiciled at the counties, and then going to primary, and then going to secondary, then going to tertiary, university, all of this, we have a problem. I actually am finding myself saying, how do the folks under the leadership of the CS and then going down to, PS level, and then your directors of education across board and your curriculum development and all of this, how do you keep it together in a crumbling sector?
Well, if you read what the CS is basically saying, he's saying that he's going to find the funds necessary to be able to do the examinations and have them be free for all learners in public institutions. Now, he is not saying that there is an allocation. He's saying that he's going to find an allocation within the budget in the cooperation with the cooperation of the Treasury. Now, if you just pause for 1 second, you must ask yourself, was this not in sight when the budget was being proposed? And it then forces you to come to either of two conclusions. Either it was not in sight, or it was and had been ignored until there was a certain furore. Unajua furore?
Lile.
Where now people are reacting. Either way, then it means that the leadership is lacking. And the danger with that is this, is that everything rises and falls on leadership.
Yeah, and you see, when you talk about these funds and how it was removed to start with the exam fees, was because
it wasn't even removed. They said they don't have money.
No, leave alone the exam fees. I'm talking about why former President Uhuru Kenyatta scrapped the burden from the parents.
Yes,
and took that burden.
Okay,
the government picked it up because education was free. students would go through education, but when it comes to education time, you find a lot of students were not sitting their exams because parents were not able to afford. So you find that a student has gone through education all the way, but on the final day when they're supposed to sit the exams, they're not sitting the exams because parents cannot afford it. And the government decided to shoulder these so that promise of education as a right in the constitution, every child in this country would be able to attain that promise. And today, as the government decides to now claw back on the gains that have been made, what would have happened is we'd see millions and millions of kids unable to sit the exams because the parents are unable to pay the 5,000, the 700 shillings that the government had given the promise of shouldering. So as we look at what we are doing, we are going against the gains that we've made over the years.
Look, I think that I do agree with John Gishuki here, who's one of our comments this morning. And he's saying, in fact, the chickens are coming home to roost. It's been years of mismanagement that essentially is now biting us where we are currently. And Mark, you did ask that question, that was this money not allocated? Yes, it was. 656 billion.
Yes.
656 billion shillings was allocated. It was budgeted for. We read it and we stood on the steps. Who was the CS Treasury at the time? Can't even remember. It seems like so long ago. It was just last year.
Last year.
Good grief. Ndungu was the CS Treasury. He read the words. Yes, he was. Imagine.
No, I'm trying to remember whether we ever had a CS called Ndungu. That's how
imagine. That's how far it feels. But it's just 24. It's just 12 months ago.
Yeah.
And he actually did read that number. 656 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, sir, has been kept aside for education. He did. He said the words. And that took care of that. So where did it go? And you have to ask those questions. And perhaps to help us answer that this morning, our good friend Dr. Emmanuel Manasa is here with us this morning. Dr. good morning.
Good morning. Happy to be back and sorry to be late.
Well, thank you first of all for apologizing for being late. And then we've got to ask if you're all right.
I am good.
Fantastic. You found us in the throes of this discussion, Dr. and we're already a little bit irritated, as I seem to have been irritated for years over this education thing. The Executive Director of the Usawa Agenda is here. And before we get into things,
we need to visit
Let me
Ghana.
breathe. Let's visit Ghana for a minute and have some chocolate and gold. Gold in terms of the nuggets of a proverb that Mark is going to share. And then we'd like your interpretation of the same.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
So the British visited these people and colonized them and was the first country to be set free from British rule. A child who asks questions does not become a fool. A child who asks questions does not become a fool. What do you think of that proverb, sir?
First, the ability to ask questions confirms that you're not a fool. Fools don't ask questions. So if you're asking questions, first, you're not a fool, but second, you're acquiring knowledge, because that is what asking questions does. It helps you to acquire knowledge. So I think it's important that we cherish questions. Every solution comes from a question. I know there are people who don't like to be asked questions. It's unfortunate. We should be asked questions at
Absolutely.
all times. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
there you have it.
Fools can't even create questions.
Exactly. Not even
I've learned
create
something
them.
today.
Yeah. Well, let's set the stage a little bit now with you in the room. Emmanuel, we are looking at a situation whereby we seem to be hurtling towards the abyss when it comes to education in Kenya at the moment. It doesn't really matter what level of education we look at. There seems to be an issue. And here we are asking certain questions around now and saying that, how did we get into this mess that we are currently in? And who's then is paying the price between then when it comes to funding and when it comes to delivery? So there's the funding aspect, whereby capitation, of course, has been a sore spot over time. If we look at the current state of things, 64 billion shillings over the last 5 years is owed in capitation. Whether they ask the questions about where did this money go, it's still owed. If we look at 2025, 7,000 shillings is owed from first term. We are going towards the fourth week of second term. 22 billion shillings was released last week. Some schools got 4,000 bob, other schools got 87. I desire from the depths of my soul that this was an error in the computer, but this is the reality faced. And when we deal with those financial issues, we're also dealing with delivery issues across board in terms of what is happening and how education is being shaped over the next few years. And we have to ask the question that, is the education sector paying the price?
I think the country is paying the price. This crisis has been long coming. In 2022, as Usawa agenda, we put money in the presidential debates. And we wanted to push the agenda that education should be on top of the issues to be canvassed by presidential candidates. And we insisted, we tried to convince everybody that the biggest crisis the new government was going to face was in the education sector. And we were not successful in convincing many people. I feel sad that we were actually right. I wish that we were wrong, but we were right. This crisis has been coming because we have made policy pronouncements in the sector that have not been backed up by well thought out implementation plans. And if you make a policy pronouncement without a well thought out implementation plan that is also costed and therefore budgeted for, then you start hurtling from one crisis to another. And that is where we are in the sector, that for a long time we have made pronouncements because they are politically expedient and never thought through how we're going to fund those pronouncements. And even when we allocate resources, we never follow through to make sure that every shilling is accounted for and it is actually directed at the most need in the sector. So we have done things that I don't know what we are optimizing, but we are not optimizing quality education for sure. Yeah.
Dr. It is a sad place to be in as a country because if you go back to even how CBC came into place, there was little to no engagement with the public on which is the best way forward with regard to education in the country. Then comes matters to do with the funding model in the country and look at where we are today with regard to that. And then there is capitation that does not get to schools on time. There's deficit and the problems keep on rolling forward and nothing seems to be handling a problem at a time as we move forward. So in terms of education in the country, how does it look? Because it looks like especially the grade 9s or going to grade 10s are the guinea pigs of education as we speak right now, because no one really seems to be taking care of them. Just what are we doing to the education of this country?
We're doing many things. We are trying to do many things and doing almost all of them wrong. Why? Because we seem to think that when there are so many problems to solve, that the one that can wait is education. And that is the most unfortunate thought. Because unlike all other sectors, a mess in education reproduces itself over time. We ruin one generation. This generation will produce doctors. Every generation produces its own doctors. Whether we educate them or not, there will be doctors, but the issue is which kind of doctors will we have. There will be teachers from this generation. If we haven't given them the right education, they will reproduce what we are putting in them. And that's why I started by saying the country pays the price. When you sacrifice education, the country pays the price. It's not the child who is in that sector. Some of them will come out shrewd, and they will become some of the notorious fellows we know around who have no education but are swimming in money.
Yes.
Some of these kids will become those. But the country will pay the price for not educating these kids.
Let me ask. we do not operate in this country without short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans.
Yeah.
We do not operate without a civil service that is quite well educated and knows what they are doing. I have had the privilege of working with many a civil servant, and I've never found one who's grossly incompetent, at least after Kibaki.
Yeah.
What exactly is ailing the education sector? What pinpoint it for me, because I don't think CBC came from the air. I don't think anything we are doing is magic or rocket science.
So CBC was well thought out. Actually, unlike 844, which came from the air.
Yes.
Because 844 was born out of the Mackay Commission.
Yes.
Mackay Commission was not set up to review the curriculum. It was set up to explore establishment of a second university in the country.
Yes.
It actually led to the establishment of Moi University.
Okay.
But then, as a footnote said, change also the system of education.
Yes.
Which was
As a
not
footnote.
which was not in their terms of reference. And that is how 844 came into being. CBC was well thought out. Started with a needs assessment, and every step was initially followed. The problem with CBC was implementing it without a costed implementation plan. That tells you, in year 1 you need this, in year 2 you need this, in year 3 up to year 12 and 15.
Yes.
This is what you need, and so you need to budget. Amina came to the ministry and realized we didn't have a costed implementation plan and said, let's wait and prepare for implementation. And she was kicked out of the ministry. There were thoughts that she wants to undermine the implementation of CBC. So the problem that ails the sector, and I think is the problem that ails the country, is people in positions of responsibility doing what is expedient today without any thought of tomorrow.
Okay.
How successful will I look today? Even if it means that I am being successful by making it impossible for the next generation to survive tomorrow. So that is the problem that we have, not just in the sector, but in the country. Bureaucrats in the ministry knew what needed to be done.
Yes.
Many of them tried to advise. But of course, in every segment of our society, we have this sufficient number of sycophants who will jump around whoever is wielding power on that day and tell them, no, you, as you are thinking, you are right. So with that stock of sycophants, these individuals keep on moving us into a very deep hole that I don't even know how we'll get out of. Yet there is sufficient wise counsel from within our public service, or people who are knowledgeable, who are saying we need to follow every step diligently to be able to deliver the transformation we want to achieve.
I imagine that you're putting together, I always try to visualize, because maybe that's just who I am, but I try to visualize things, and I say, well, I liken it to this. So if I'm getting something in a box, Doc, and it's the different parts in the box, and I know that this is the picture of what it's supposed to look like at the end of the day, and then this is the purpose that it's supposed to serve. The manual usually comes in the box, right? And it will show me that this piece is supposed to be connected to this piece. And in order for this thing to function, then you need to put it together in this way. Not you can't fit it in a way in which it's not supposed to. But the manual guide is there. Essentially, what we are saying for education here is that there's a guide, but we've not followed the guide. And that even after you've put this thing together, they tell you now you must insert a battery, and then you give it life for the thing to run. What we've not done across the line is inserted the battery. But somehow we expect that this machine is going to run and give us the results that we are looking for. But what I'm hearing you saying through all of this, that this machine will not run. It may go, it may spurt a little bit here and there, but it is not going to give us the result that we are looking for. What does that mean? That the guinea pigs of this curriculum, which are the current grade 9s, they started off in grade 3, 6 years old. We will not have children who have gone through an effective efficient system of education, not now, not tomorrow, not for long as we don't put the battery into this machine. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, you're actually right, Ndu. And I want to say this to a lot of Kenyans who have disengaged. There are a lot of Kenyans who have disengaged with what is happening in the sector, and opted to take their children to international schools,
including the people in the ministry.
I understand them, because as a parent, you want the best for your child, and I understand them, especially when they are so proximal to the problem and they can see it clearly, and they think, I can see the problem, so why am I not doing something about it for my child? But these children we are not educating and just taking through a ritual called schooling are the majority. They're the future rulers of Kenya.
Yes.
So those we are taking to these elite schools will come back here to work as expatriates for these CBC kids that we are not educating, because they are the ones who are going to govern us in the near future. And so I want to challenge the people who are running away from this system to just engage, because they are the ones with some significant capital, both social and political and economic, that they can be able to make change happen in this sector, and be able to make us realize that when we came up with this curriculum, we developed a framework for its implementation. If we went back to that framework and tried to be faithful to that framework and financed the implementation of that framework, we'll have a good system of education. We are held hostage by some interests that don't want change, or that feel if this change is skewed in certain ways, they will gain personally at the expense of the country. And then we have a lot of other challenges that are systemic. When I came in, you guys were talking about the exam fees and the budget that was not given. And I think sometimes that maybe we are conversing about the wrong problem. We should be asking ourselves why in this day and age we need to go and print an exam in the UK outside so that it costs billions. That exam can be cheaper. Yeah, we print our money in Kenya. Why are we printing exams
outside the country?
Outside the country,
because somebody has a contract, Doc. Come on.
Yeah, so we need to have that conversation. How much should the exam cost? So that government is not saying, and parents paying exam fees has been coming for a long time, and I just want to urge parents to prepare to pay from next year, because there will be all these talks forth and back with the politicians saying no, we will pay. In the end, parents will pay from next year, and I think they should prepare to pay.
Let's take a break at this point, if we can, because prepare to pay as we break. And we're asking ourselves the question, really, where are we? Dr. Emmanuel Manasa is the Executive Director of the USAWA Agenda, and we're asking the questions between funding and delivery, where are we? And that note right now at this point is where he says, you know what, the ministry might come in at this point and do something and pay for exams. Treasury might pay for exams this year, but look at a situation whereby next year you will be asked to pay for it. Why are we charging so much? Why does it cost so much? And where are we going? That's what we're asking this morning in terms of education in this sector. We'll continue with this after this break.
This May, The stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Amina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation around education this morning with Dr. Emmanuel Manasa, and we're asking ourselves certain questions. You say in 2026, prepare parents that you will pay for exams in public schools. This is going to happen. Why? That the money that is available now will dwindle?
Because, government has always read out a budget and promised so many billions to education sector. But most of the money that is allocated to that sector is salaries going to teachers and other servants in the ministry. And that is the money that is diligently delivered, what goes to salaries. The money that goes to other things, and that's why capitation is still odd a lot, it's rarely delivered. Many times it is explained by inability by KRA to meet the tax revenue targets, and so shortfalls in revenues. And so what has been happening to NEC is that NEC is promised money for examination, and the money is not delivered. And so NEC brings teachers to Nairobi to mark exams, to invigilate exams, and they're not able to pay them at the end of the exam season. If you recall last year, they were paying them in November the money for 2023, paying them in November last year, so that they can be able to entice them to come and mark again exam in December. And because of those challenges, I think that NEC has been of the view that they should be allowed to collect exam fees from parents. So when they are setting exams and when they are asking teachers to invigilate, they have money to pay them. And for me, I think that is what government has done. Acknowledged that we are unable to pay, so can parents pay? I want us to have a conversation around how much should exams cost, so that if parents are going to pay, they are not paying the kind of figures we see floating around.
Right.
Because those figures are not justifiable. We no longer have a reason, if we have the comprehensive school, we no longer have a reason for children to sit a national exam in grade 6.
So it's not that.
There is no reason.
So it's not that they are being paid for, it's how much it costs. So let's look at that into a little bit of detail, shall we? The National Examination Council is responsible for all of this in terms of how exams are set. The exam setters work under the auspices of the council. So it's not information that's being brought from outside the country, it is here. It's already here. So they decide, coming off of curriculum, and in conjunction with the folks at the curriculum, the KICD, they then decide what will be set in exams. So the information is here. So what are we talking about essentially? Putting that information according to grades and classes, if it's the KCP that's written, if it's the KCSE, for which we only have 2 years of that left, or if it's the KEPSEA exam, or it's these assessment exams now that we're seeing for grade 7 and grade 9, and those will happen later. It's essentially taking this information because they've been set and putting them on paper, isn't it? Maybe there needs to be a watermark. Are we saying these things cannot be done in Kenya? The reasons that we've been given before is that there are certain security seals that are needed for the purposes of, curbing exam cheating, etc., and manipulation. But that is the reason why they are taken outside the country.
I taught in the university. I set exams, I marked and submitted those marks to the university senate for approval.
Yes.
And people graduated with degrees. So
you didn't send them to London?
You didn't send them to London?
No. And so if it is deficit of integrity in exam management, we have seen it anyways, even after the exams are printed in the UK. We've seen the exams leaked. And we can deal with that without imposing a cost on parents and a cost on the taxpayer by saying we'll go to print exams in the UK because it can leak. And then eventually come back here and leak it anyways. We can deal with that and just have, sometimes it surprises me that we, the people in poor countries that are developing, are the ones who are
spending
obsessed
money
with expenditures that we don't need. In France, they print their ballot paper on ordinary paper. It's run by the Minister for Interior. They call volunteers to go and count the ballots. Here we take our elections cost 10 times what elections in developed nations that give us aid cost. For what? And then after that, we are always anyway on the streets because the elections have been rigged. Despite. Why are we hell-bent on spending money that we don't have and we don't need to spend?
For something that we eventually don't get.
I'm befuddled with all these things. I thank God my children are not in this system, and this was before CBC was announced. I made the choice kitambo, so I'm not running away. I ran away before it began. My question is this: there's CBE, there's what is that NEMIS?
It's now CHEMIS.
Okay. Then there's all these changes that are being announced almost all the time. This generation that is being experimented on. What exactly is going on? And for the sake of our listeners, what is the solution and how quickly can we solve it?
So I support the change from NEMIS to CHEMIS. I know CHEMIS was developed sometimes back. It was supposed to be implemented. The idea behind CHEMIS was that it will integrate all the data that about the children, and that it will also be tamper-proof because there have been claims of tampering with NEMIS, and there were also claims of not knowing actually how many children were in our education sector system, because we had children who were not in NEMIS even though they were in school, and so CHEMIS is supposed to seal some of those gaps, and my hope and prayer that it is implemented well enough to provide a solution to those gaps that were seen within the NEMIS system. I think that if that is done, the next thing that we need to ask ourselves is, how do we account for every shilling that we allocate to the sector? So that if we can be able to account for every shilling that we allocate to the sector, then we'll be able to see where the gaps, genuine gaps are. Because right now, we don't know what are genuine gaps and what are gaps created for purposes of extorting parents sometimes and for purposes of just mobilizing money that we do not know where it goes. So if we can be able to account, if government can transparently say, we allocated this many billions. This year we are not able to give you this many billions. We'll only be able to give you this. And then we can be able to ask, if you are not able to give us what was asked for by the sector, what is the gap that remains?
Okay.
With this gap, what can development partners do and what can parents do to fill the gap and then get all the services we need? Has
that ever happened? Let's look at the last 4 years. 4 years of the budget. The education sector has never received, in the last 4 years, not under 600 billion shillings in the budget. It has never been under 600 billion.
Allocated,
not received. Thank you. Allocated. We often see a deficit in spending. Like you said, the largest consumers of this education budget really is in recurrent expenditure when it comes to salaries and things like this. In terms of new development, whether it's curriculum development, whether it's infrastructure development for education, we usually see a minimal effort towards that. But then we also go year on year with a deficit. That is capitation on having not been paid, this or that classroom having not been completed kind of thing. Do we ever see an audit review of the budget for education? Have we ever seen one to say that? There was 600 billion shillings allocated. There was 500 billion received. And this is what was used.
The Auditor General does these audits. The problem is that part of the money for education sector has been scattered and put in CDF and other places. Now, when the Auditor General does the audit report goes to Parliament, where some of the MPs who have misappropriated the money that was given to them through CDF are supposed to approve that report. If they can't approve it, it can't become a public document and a valid document for accountability. So I think we have messed up our system of governance to the point where we are just in the mud. So anything you touch is dirty. And that is a problem. Because these audit reports are supposed to help us understand how the resources are being allocated, how they're being utilized, and they're supposed to help us understand where the gaps are, where the loopholes that need to be sealed are, where the chain is weakest, so that we understand we could do better by investing more here, we could do better by still using much better what we have already invested. We have also not been very transparent in terms of how much we are actually sending to schools. So school heads are saying we have not received money, government is saying we have sent money. So who is telling the truth? And where do we get that truth?
And that's a good question to ask. Who is telling the truth? Because, Doc, for a very long time, education has been seen not as a national agenda, but a political card that is being wielded by the politicians. Because one would get in and say, I will construct classrooms, not because it is a national agenda, but because they want, as we could call them, bonga points. Something for them to say, I did this during my tenure, not because the education system needs it. We talk about the manual that is there and not being followed. One goes to ask, why are we not following the manual that is there if the taxpayers spent money to have this manual in place to guide how the education sector is being run? And one asks the question that what effect is politics playing in mismanaging the education of this country? Because you talk about CDF and how even audit reports are not being taken seriously because we know politics that is playing there.
Education is always political in all countries. The only problem here is that we are playing bad politics with education. That is the problem. Otherwise, if you look at the countries that have developed, they made a very deliberate political decision to invest in education, to make the education systems efficient. A few weeks ago, I think 2 or so, we hosted here the former mayor of Sobral. Sobral is a municipality in Brazil that has become the global icon of how you can transform education. And people go there to visit, and I've been there with some other people from Kenya to see how they have transformed education there. And the mayor told us the first thing they did when their coalition took over in that municipality was first of all to consolidate schools. They closed some of those that were too tiny around, that were not viable. They closed them. They transformed how schools are actually led. They decided that they would provide transport for children to go to schools, but merged schools to make sure we had fewer properly managed schools. And Sobral has become a global icon. So, education is always political, but which kind of politics are you doing with the education sector? If you look at countries that have developed like China, China decided they will take their best brains, take them to Ivy League universities over the years, bring them back home, establish their own universities. And that is how they have developed. Now us here, we think that the best politics to do with education is to say we are doing things free and try to win an election with that. We are trying to win elections with politics and not doing the politics of saying, how can we use education to transform our country?
Absolutely.
Just a quick question. One, should we have devolved education? Perhaps we'd have 47 different ways of approaching CBC, but we say we have a national curriculum, but it's managed per county. Would that have been a solution to this? Because then counties would be smaller units to be held accountable more easily.
Counties are as unaccountable by the national government, but I think that what should have been devolved is infrastructure. It will be easy to start to compare county A and B. I come from a county that in the first 10 years of county governments did fairly well in terms of improving rural infrastructure. And my friends from neighboring counties have always said, you guys were lucky here. I remember one of them even telling us in the run-up to 2017 that if we didn't want to re-elect our governor, we should loan him to them. So I think that infrastructure, which is physical and visible and tangible, should have been devolved so that we can see which county is actually building classrooms and labs in schools and which one is not. We should not have this money floating in CDF. I think that the money floating in CDF is undermining public accountability, accountability for public resources in the country. I think that we should also not even have the money for infrastructure stuck in Jogo. Because what that does is that members of parliament are hanging on the corridors of Jogo trying to get 1 or 2 more classrooms in their constituency. And for that reason, the ministry can't be accountable really. No. When the people who are supposed to oversight it are queuing in the corridors to seek a favor. So I think that we need to restructure those. But more importantly, I think, from where we are now, we have a huge deficit of infrastructure as we look at transition to grade 10, especially for the technical programs that we have come up with, the sports programs.
So
I have said this before and I want to repeat now here.
Yes.
I think this year, the president should make housing levy a school development levy. For this 1 year. Even if he's so interested in housing, he can return it in 2026 to 27. But he used the housing levy this year, dedicated to school development, so that we can get out of a huge quagmire that we are in, at least for this year.
Yeah, because we're actually in a transition year, aren't we?
It is good economics to invest in education. It is good national development. It is good politics too, to invest in education. Let this year's housing levy fund be transformed into a school development levy, and let us upgrade all the schools that require upgrading. Because I have seen, we plan that every secondary school will have at least 2 pathways. Majority of sub-county schools have no capacity to offer a STEM pathway. If you take people's children there, you have trapped them into a dark tunnel to nowhere.
I want to open that just a little bit, Dr. because we have about 5 minutes to go, but I think it's vital here, because in terms of moving forward, we are taking the learners who are currently in grade 9. This term, they are selecting their pathways actually, right? They go into pathways in grade 10. The ministry has then given the order, or whatever it is, that in the next 9 months, and that was from March, that then they needed to figure out how these pathways were going to come together, number one. Previously, they said remove mathematics. They've come back and they've said have proper and simple maths. You put simple maths from the STEM going forward, and you put proper math in primary school. So they've been given 9 months to make sure that these pathways are properly developed. But do we have everything that we need to ensure that the pathways are available around the country when we still have, till today, schools categorized? Is it possible to do that?
The schools are going to be recategorized. That is fine. But calling Mudhurwa Secondary School a STEM school and calling Aland a STEM school that does not persuade any parent to consider this Mudhurwa Secondary School an equivalent of Alliance. And so the scramble for the few schools that were known to be good, well-equipped and properly staffed will continue.
Yes.
And that is something that we have wanted to do away with. Because the promise we have given Kenyan children is that they'll have the right to access quality education. We have not given them a promise that says some children will access this level of quality and others will just be given a chance to grow up in school. Because there are a lot of children growing
up in school.
If you go to secondary school today and you score grade E, you qualify after secondary for they call them what? They call them what is the name? The name has gone. They are called artisan courses. You qualify for artisan courses. The person who stopped in class 8 qualifies for artisan course. So for your 4 years, you're just growing up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Speaking of growing up, and we've got 2 minutes, this has been burning in me. Universities, in the shortest way possible, what is going on? What's the fix?
For us to solve the problem in our universities, first of all, 2 main things. Leadership, which we must depoliticize. It has become, this is our village university, it must be headed by our kinsman. That must stop. But secondly, we must consolidate them. We have too many of them. We cannot sustain them. We can't. We can't sustain the number of universities we have. Look at bigger economies like Egypt, like South Africa. They have fewer universities than we do. And they're bigger economies, bigger populations. We can't sustain the number of universities we have. They have been mismanaged badly. I taught in the university. I left the university seeing it being run down.
And there was a call that there must be a university in every county in the Republic at some point.
And that is the stupid politics we do with education. We want to win elections with education. You go and promise people a university and they cheer you. And you know for sure you do not have resources to fund it, and there is no need for it. There's no boy who grows up in my village, goes to a secondary school there, and wants to go to a university there. It's not even beneficial for them. It doesn't create the citizen we want of Kenya. It makes them a citizen of my village.
Very briefly, what does it take for us to play good politics with the education and finally to just follow the manual and fix the education sector?
Society is developed through historical accidents. By an accident, you land on a good leader. Good leaders are not really chosen by people, because by the time you're choosing, you're just choosing one of you. But it takes someone who is not one of you to transform you. Countries that have developed, they have developed through historical accidents. You land on someone you didn't even think should be the one leading you, and they chart the way. If you look at Germany with Otto von Bismarck, you look at America with Lincoln, you look at Singapore, you look at Malaysia with Mahathir. All these were individuals who had a vision, and they managed to persuade people and tell them, what you think is popular is not the right thing. We will do
the right thing.
And manage to get people to do the right thing. And Kenya does not have a shortage of such a people. They just simply haven't gotten to the right positions.
Indeed. I mean, when you look at it across the board, it seems that there's just too much going on, that is too much wrong going on all at the same time. Is it salvageable?
It is always salvageable, otherwise why are we living?
Indeed, or why do we why do we keep talking about it?
Why are we living?
If we were sure that tomorrow will be darker than today, why are we living? There will be light. How long the dark tunnel is, I don't know, but there will be light. I have faith in that.
Indeed. Executive Director of Usawa Agenda is Dr. Emmanuel Manasa, and he's been with us this morning, interrogating some of these issues and essentially lifting the lid on some of these conversations that we ought to have. Thank you so much for being here again this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Spice up.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. As a woman continues to receive treatment at Kisii Referral Hospital after being hacked by her husband in Mugirango South, some leaders have come forward to condemn the act. Speaking at a campaign meeting against GBV, Nyamira County Woman Representative Jerusha Momanyi said such things should not be witnessed in today's society.
Tumesikia mambo mingi ambayo yanauzu watu wetu, watu wanauana, wengine wanajiua. Kwa hivyo hatutaonelea kama kwamba hilo ni jambo mzuri, kwa sababu imechukua maisha ya watoto wetu, imechukua maisha ya wamama, imechukua maisha ya wasee.
And on her part, Kitui South MP Rachel Nyamai advised couples to find alternative ways to resolve their dispute.
Sisi hakutukusikia katika Biblia mama ambaye alichapwa, ama mwingine akauawa, ama mwingine akaenda kutupwa kwa mto, ama mwingine akaenda kutupwa kwa lake. Lakini wakati huu wetu sisi na nyinyi ni Wakristo na wengine ni Waislamu. Kwa kweli, jameni, kwa nini wanawake wanauawa hapa?
A widow in Suna West Migori County is appealing for help after her 17-year-old son was killed over land disagreements last month. Mary Atieno, who has also fled her home following the incident, claims that she's yet to get justice. She claims police asked her to fund the post-mortem before investigations and the burial, but she lacks the financial means. Threats from those involved in her son's death continue, leaving her hopeless and worried. Police have arrested 4 suspects linked to the killing of a man in Marsabit County. The 4 suspects are expected in court today over the murder of Lekekinyui Jesire. Among the other suspects are a Buddha rider accused of transporting the suspects and a woman who owns a bar. Police urged residents to cooperate with security agencies to ensure perpetrators are brought to book. And finally, a couple appeared before the Siaya High Court facing murder charges in connection with a fire incident that claimed the lives of 9 family members in Upanda village in Siaya County 2 months ago. Christopher Owino and his wife Roslina Tieno denied responsibility for the deaths of Ouma Opondo, his wife Jacinta Nyango, and their 7 children, Celine, Leon, Loella, Lois, Davis, Ryan, and Melvin. Through their lawyer, Owino and Atieno applied for a cash bail of $500,000, pledging to comply with any conditions set by the court. However, the prosecution opposed the application, stating that an affidavit needed to be filed before any consideration. The victims, aged between 6 months and 17 years, lost their lives on April 23rd, 2024, when their home was set ablaze by unknown arsonists. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Umaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that I in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you at 6 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room, and we're into the third hour of our conversations this morning. And it's no better time to remind you that in every dream pursued, every goal set, and every milestone achieved, there is a partner who stands with you, steadfast and unwavering. And I&M Bank, our promise is simple. We're on your side. That's it. Whether you're launching a new business, whether you're seeking financial guidance, or striving for personal growth, we are here to support and empower you every step of the way. Our commitment extends to covering innovative solutions to impacting lives, because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel our mission. Discover the power of on-your-side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And remember always that I&M Bank is on your side. We don't stay away from reminding you of that, the different things that you can do. And even as you think about them, just remember who really is on your side. This morning, we have a conversation with our guest who's already in the hot seat. We're looking at the future of regional integration. Iala Member of Parliament David Ole Sankok is here in his normal green, and now with the flags of the East Africa.
It's called patriotism.
I tell you, it's patriotism pro max. Mheshimiwa Sankok, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm always fine. Yes, and good to see you again.
Good to have you here.
And good to have our listeners who are watching us live here.
Kabisa.
Yes.
So, before we get into this conversation, we're talking about regional integration.
Yes.
We want to give you today's proverb. It's from another region of the continent. Mark will tell you what it is, and then we seek your interpretation of the same.
Well, it's from a country that was the first to give Africans visa-free access to its borders. This country is the country of Ghana. And the proverb is, a child who asks questions does not become a fool. A child who asks questions does not become a fool.
We learn through listening. And the moment you ask, of course, you'll be told. And nobody was born with all the facts.
Yes.
So when a child asks so many questions, he will learn so many.
Yes.
But if you don't ask, then you'll not learn.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Very
so
true.
please ask questions.
Ask questions
as
and you'll
often
get
as possible. And we've got many for you today.
And I'll answer because Mungu alininyima mguu akanipatia mdomo. So hiyo sasa msiwe na wasiwasi. Haina speed governor.
No, but Sankok, let me tell you, I love hanging out with Sankok. He's so much fun, so much energy.
So we're looking at the future of regional integration, and as we're looking at IALA, the East African Legislative Assembly, essentially is the parliament for the region. And that's what it is, and that they are select individuals from each country who
not
then
elected.
Elect, all right, selected by the people, elected by the
elected
people, elected by
the electoral college called Parliament.
Yes.
So members of Parliament of East Africa Legislative Assemblies are elected like the
by the
President
nation's
of the United
parliament
States of America.
Yes,
like Trump
in a collegiate fashion.
Yes. Electoral college.
Got it.
Called Parliament.
Now. On that front, regional integration is top of the agenda. In order for you to integrate, essentially come together and weave together, whether it comes to your economies, whether it comes to things like trade and ways of doing business, as well as ways of doing governance, that the assumption is that countries will be collected as their own before you come and form a union, that you can't come half-baked before you get into the assembly. We've seen many things happening over the last few months, weeks, even days, in terms of what's happening. And of course, everybody wants to say that the conversation now that's going on when it comes to community integration is what may be an issue between Kenya and Tanzania. But beyond that, even as we definitely will get into that part of the conversation, how have things gone so far? Many have said over time that when it comes to the Legislative Assembly, we may not see or feel the punch. But give us an overview of what really has been happening as far as the Assembly is concerned.
Thank you very much, my sister. And East African Economic Bloc is an economic bloc of 350 million people. That is a market bigger than that one of the United States of America. Secondly, it is a strategically placed economic bloc because it is sandwiched between the two major oceans, Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean on the east. It is also bordering the Gulf of Aden, meaning strategically we can do business with the Far East through Kenya, Somalia, using the Indian Ocean, to the Middle East and Europe through the Gulf of Aden, and to the far west, that is North America and South America, through the Atlantic Ocean, through DRC. We also have 6,500 kilometers of coastline. We have 1.4 billion acres of arable land. Our land is arable for agriculture, livestock rearing, 100%. We don't have a desert, apart from the mountains, probably on top of the mountains. We also have several rivers, 38 freshwater lakes, to be specific. The longest river in the world originates from East Africa. The 7th largest river in terms of water volume is the Congo River, which is within East Africa. Again, the largest water tower and the 2nd largest water tower in Africa is actually in East Africa, the Congo Belt and the Mao Ranges, respectively. So we are actually a strategically placed economic bloc that we can take advantage as Kenyans and take advantage as East Africa. East Africa community bloc is the most integrated community bloc in the world, in the sense that we are the only economic bloc with a residential parliament. We have the Pan-African Parliament, which are members of parliament from their respective countries. They go there as board members. Yes, but for East Africa, we have a residential parliament, members of parliament paid by the East African Economic Bloc, not by Kenya, not by Tanzania, not by Somalia. And they sit in a specified location, in this case, Arusha, the parliament that is in Arusha. So it is the economic bloc with a residential parliament. Again, this is the economic bloc that is like, let's say, just like Kenya. We have 3 arms of government. We have the legislative arm of government, which is the East African Legislative Assembly. We have the judiciary arm of government, which is the East African Court of Justice. We have the executive, which is the head of state summit, together with the council of ministers. That is ministers who are responsible for East Africa in their respective countries. So, for me, East African Economic Bloc is way ahead, more than the others. And we are ahead in the sense that as Pan-Africans, we went by the school of thought of the likes of Julius Nyerere, who wanted Africa to unite, not as at a goal like Kwame Nkrumah, but by having strong economic blocks that then can form the building blocks of the United States of Africa. East Africa, again, is blessed to have almost one language, because Swahili is spoken by majority of the countries in East Africa. Kenya, the United Republic of Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, DRC. It is only probably a bit low in the Republic of South Sudan, which they have already introduced Swahili as one of the language in their primary schools, and also the the Federal Republic of Somalia. So I believe we are way ahead.
Well, you've explained it pretty well, and all you've said is true. The question, I think, and the elephant in the room for everybody, is the paperwork on the integration of the East African community exists. The theory exists. The anthem exists. The parliament exists. But are we really truly free in East Africa?
Yes, my brother, and I think let us give credit where it is due, because East Africa have a treaty, and this treaty have 4 pillars. The first pillar is custom union. The second pillar is common market. The third pillar is monetary union. The fourth pillar is political union. And so far we have implemented almost fully 2 pillars. The custom union. Free movement of people, and you can attest to that because you have a passport. It is not a Kenyan passport. It is an East African passport issued in Kenya, just like your identity card. It is a national identity card issued in Busia if you come from Busia, issued from Narok because I come from Narok, and issued from wherever you come from. So East Africa is already one, like a nation in terms of custom union, because that East African passport is not a Uganda passport, is not a Rwandan passport, it is an East African passport. Today, you can freely move using your identity card from Kenya to Uganda to Rwanda.
ID or
ID. Now, there are countries that we have not allowed free movement using national identity card. Why? Because of security features in some of the identity cards. Because there is a threshold. Like now, the identity card from Burundi is issued by a chief and it's handwritten. Of course, there are no security features, and it will end up opening our borders to probably not good people, like Al-Shabaab and others. But we have control. Those countries whose identity card, national identity card, have minimum security features that have attained the threshold that we require. You can move from Kenya to Uganda using an identity
Let me
card.
ask a question, Manasa. This is practical. I go to Tanzania almost every month to see my colleagues and friends, and I always have to have a passport.
In Tanzania, you have to have, if you don't have a passport, you can apply for a digital temporary passport that only costs you around, I think, 300 shillings.
So you can't use your ID in Tanzania as a Kenyan?
At the moment, because of security features. I'm telling you, those countries that have already reached the threshold for security features for an ID, because that ID for you to cross a border, it must be readable by our machines for us to be able to know where you are at a particular time. But now, because some IDs, I've given you an example of Burundi, that is issued handwritten by a chief. It's a booklet. That one, until they upgrade their national identity card to have some minimum security features, will allow movement of people using national identity card. But for now, Tanzania have not yet attained that. But Uganda and Kenya and Rwanda and Republic of South Sudan have attained that.
All right. We've talked about customs union, which indeed seems to be working. But let's talk about the political stand with the...
Let's first of all go to common market, because I said we have achieved two.
Okay,
the common market, you surely must give credit where it is due. It is now seamless transport of goods and services from one country to another.
Across the community?
Across border. Nowadays, to travel from Mombasa through the northern corridor, that is Nairobi, Busia, Kampala, Kigali, all the way to DRC.
Yes.
In our border post, we have one-stop shop. Yes, where you do everything so that they will be seamless. Kind of transport. So for that, at least we are somewhere. And you have gone to Rwanda, you have seen trucks from Kenya, and we have geofence our corridors to an extent that a Rwandan truck that is in Kenya is actually followed digitally. And if it goes away, 10 meters away from the corridor, it is detected, and the police from Kenya and from Rwanda collaborate and make sure that there is seamless free movement of those goods. For the services, we have the university, we call it USEA, the Inter-University of Higher Education of East Africa community, to make sure that we harmonize our degrees so that professionals from Kenya can work in the other member states.
All right.
Now we go to the two other pillars. Those are the ones that we have not yet, even though we have a roadmap. Like when it comes to the political union. The political union, we were supposed to have a federation. According to our East African forefathers, the three of them, when they started, they wanted a federation. In fact, they wanted a federation by 1963. That is Jomo Kenyatta, Milton Obote, and Julius Nyerere. But then that was not achieved. We came as members of East Africa Legislative Assembly, myself, we tried to dig into what is the loophole, what have actually hindered us from achieving the political federation as defined by the treaty. We found probably countries fear losing sovereignty. Yes, to an unknown entity, a government that is not yet known. So we decided to lower the threshold from a political federation to a political confederation. In terms of a political federation, you may have one central bank, you have probably one army, but you still have strong states governments that still have heads of states and the presidents, so that you can transition from there. Like now the European Union, it is a confederation. Spain still remains Spain. England still remain England and the other member states. So, but a federation is like the United States of America, where the small states don't have any power. So because we realize countries may fear losing their sovereignty to other people, we decided to go, and we have amended already the treaty to a political confederation. So the roadmap is there. By 2031, we'll achieve one East African political confederation, monetary union.
Recently, before we get to the monetary union, recently there are Kenyan professionals who wanted to go to Tanzania to represent their fellow individuals there, because you said as a region, professionals from Kenya can go work in Tanzania and whatever, right? But we have professionals who left this country to go work in Tanzania, where the Yala Parliament sits and resides. What does EALA have to say?
Are they professionals or activists? Let me tell you. I've told you, and let's go first of all. Go to the monetary union. In terms of monetary union, we have a roadmap. We will have one single common currency for East Africa already with a name. It is called PESA.
Yes.
You see, by 2031. And what we wanted is to have a statistic bureau that will try to harmonize. Because at the moment, harmonizing our currencies, like the Kenya shilling is exchanged to the dollar at the rate of approximately 128.
Yes.
But the Rwandanese franc is exchanging to the dollar at the rate of 3,500.
Yes.
So we have to harmonize those ones before we have a common currency. We are already on that roadmap. By 2031, we will have a common currency. Yes. Now coming to your question.
Yes.
The common currency PESA will be stronger than the dollar. Trust me. Will be stronger than the sterling pounds. Trust me.
You're good for me.
That one I'm sure.
You're good for me today.
That one is and I can assure you, I have already even put a motion as a precursor of the monetary union, common currency, that all our trade, inter-country trade, should be using our local currencies. That the Tanzanians should accept either their Tanzanian shillings or the Kenya shillings when they are trading with Kenyans. But they should not tell me to convert the Kenya shillings into dollars, first of all, at a fee. And then once I'm in Tanzania, I convert the dollar into Tanzania shilling at a fee. Meaning Americans are getting 2 times conversion fee. Bali biashara ya hakuna. Pilipili wasioila wanawashia nini.
So I know you want to come to this, and I think this question would then bleed into this one.
Yes.
Because when we talk about regional integration and we talk about regional blocks, there is a certain measure of allegiance that countries pay to the RECs.
Yes.
You know? And if we look at the EAC, apart from some of the countries in the Horn, which then are part of other RECs, Tanzania is the one country who's not sure whether her foot is in SADC or in the EAC. Now, political integration is also one of the tenets that you speak about. It's one of the pillars that you mention. Is it possible to have political integration if in the political race countries are not at par? There is already the talk about who's the big brother in the region. It's been touted as Kenya for the last 3 decades. And Uganda, Tanzania, even before other countries were brought into the community, had an issue with that. And there are talks about how the Tanzanian economy has now outdone the Kenyan economy. There are talks about the stability that maybe some would say that is the purview of Uganda. Can you have political integration when every country is in the race for its own economic development? Can you?
Of course, yes. Yes. We have the European Union. They are still in the race as whether the euro is more stronger than the sterling pound or whatever.
Well, I mean, the UK did the Brexit, so you can't even...
Listen first. You know, even in Kenya, we are still seeing which... the Auditor General is always giving us figures of which county have collected more funds than the other. Recently, it was Narok that are collecting more revenue than even Nairobi. So, relax. Having integration. That is why we have the East African Legislative Assembly having members elected from their respective countries, 9 each, and sit there and think out of how we can integrate through deepening, widening, and tightening our integration.
Okay.
So, let me come to his question as to professionals,
Exporting
professionals,
Yes.
in quotes, who wanted to go and sit in courts to see maybe some cases that are going on in Tanzania. My brother, without mincing my words, we cannot export activism to our neighboring countries. I've already explained to you that we are going towards a political confederation, a political union of having one country. Before that, each country still maintain their sovereignty with their own individual constitution. By the time we'll have the political union and the monetary union, we'll have one constitution governing all of us. But at the moment, we have each country with their own constitution. If you decide to go to Tanzania, you follow the constitution of Tanzania. You don't export the constitution of Kenya to Tanzania. And let us be frank. We have two categories of the human rights activists as you prescribe them. One category is the evil society. The second category is the civil society. The civil society are societies and human rights activist groups that are fully funded by African, and to be specific for Kenya, by Kenyans. Because I will be answerable to Kenyans. I will be answerable to my paymaster. We have evil societies purporting to be civil societies, purporting to fight for human rights, that are funded to the tune of 70-80% by foreign masters.
To do what?
By our former colonizers, to destabilize.
So, Mr. Sankok, one would want to ask.
Because if
one would want to ask Mr. Sankok. Let me just ask this question. Boniface Mwangi was arrested inside Tanzania.
We thank Samia Suluhu.
I'm asking a question.
Jail him.
He was arrested inside Tanzania.
Yes.
For what crime? And he claims that he was tortured. If at all he was arrested in Tanzania, why torture him? Why not take him through a court of law and have him deported in the country, as is practiced across the world? When you talk about IALA and talking about political union and all these discussions, where is the position of human rights in your engagement as IALA?
Yes, as I was explaining, and you know the case of Mother Karua and Boniface Mwangi and the other activists that were exporting bad manners from Kenya to the United Republic of Tanzania.
Let him speak.
No, we have to be genuine. We have to be frank.
We are the ones who say
carry on.
Yes. So go ahead.
Yes, you can disagree with me, but the reality will still remain. Because how many court cases do you have in Kenya? When did Tanzania interfered with our court cases here in Kenya? Because I have said, still Tanzania have their own constitution. Kenya have their own constitution. Tanzania enjoy its own sovereignty. Until that time, we have the political union and the monetary union. We are not yet there. When we are not yet there, respect the constitution of that other country. But when we start by interfering with other nations, that the opposition leader of United Republic of Tanzania is going to court. Now all the activists from Kenya are going there to go, I don't know, to do what. You know, they are not probably admitted to the bar in the United Republic of Tanzania. So what are you going to do there?
Does the Constitution of Tanzania call for torture for individuals?
No, it does not. If there is torture, it is against the law, and it must be followed according to the law. But this time around, according to the United Republic of Tanzania Constitution and the international instrument they have ratified.
You know, one of the things, and I know we have to take a break, and let's take a break on a hot take. Let's start here. Bana Sankok, what you're addressing is there's a political issue in Tanzania. Right?
Yes.
It's not just a court case.
Just in Kenya. There is also a political issue in Kenya.
So Tundu Lissu and his arrest is not just a legal issue, it's a political issue. Then on the side, there's the legal issue of whether Honorable Martha Karua can actually represent Tundu Lissu. And the third thing is, what does the government of Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, consider interference into its country, whether it is a legal interference, whether it is a political interference, or whether, as per what they say, because Tundu Lissu is arrested under treason, whether this is supporting a treasonous person.
When did you come up with the judgment that the arrest of Tundu Lissu is actually a political arrest?
No, I said that three.
Have you already made the judgment?
No.
Let him repeat the point.
Let me repeat my question.
Yes.
Right. The implications.
Yes.
Of the case that is there.
Yes.
Tundu Lissu being a political figure, right, has political ramifications. Right? That's why it was discussed in the parliament, right? It also has legal ramifications, right? Then it has things to do with the Tanzanian government and how it wants to handle its issues procedurally. Those are the implications.
Yes.
I'm not making any judgment.
Okay.
Yes.
No,
right? Now, given those implications, guide us through what exactly was going on. What was Martha Karua and Boniface Mwangi exporting into Tanzania, right? Because
what was their crime?
Yes, not necessarily the crime.
Not the crime,
because they were not.
You know, if they wanted to,
they were not
like Martha Karua, if Martha Karua was a legal expert, because I know she is a lawyer.
Yes.
She has to apply to be admitted to the bar.
True.
Even lawyers who have graduated in our own local universities must also be admitted to the bar for them to be able to practice law within our country.
True.
They have already gone through the degree course, but there is a process.
Yes.
So if the process was not followed, then the Tanzanian authority found that there is nothing tangible she have gone to do
there.
in Tanzania.
I have a
they
question.
have all the right to deport.
Okay. Yes.
In fact, because I had
the
even
keyword is deport.
I even had somebody like Eugene Omalwa complaining, and he was part of the government that deported our own citizen called Miguna.
Yes.
On the basis of they don't have
that's a
an
bad
ID.
example.
So I'm telling you, being deported from another country to your own country.
I seek clarity on this because we must be very clear. Let's not go around. The question is clear. What was done and what were the reasons as per the deportation of Martha Karua? Number one.
Okay. Reason.
Number two.
Reason.
The alleged capture and torture of Boniface Mwangi, Kenyan, and Agatha, Ugandan. We're saying alleged. The question is, what was it that was done? Remember that over and over again, the inclusion or the right to travel was upon the Jumuiya platform, which is essentially the coming together of persons from the region, which for all intents and purposes had been welcomed previously as an allowed space where there can be this camaraderie. That is upon which they were going on. Martha Karua was not attending as a lawyer, legal expert. Boniface Mwangi was not attending as an activist. Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga was not attending as a judge.
Not Maraga, it was
Mutunga,
really.
Maraga went to Tanzania. He shook Tundu Lissu's hand in the court.
Oh,
yeah.
He was there. So my question is that they went on the Jumuiya platform, which is accepted as a platform. So then from there, what went wrong? What happened? What was the
First
issue?
of all, the reason for deportation. Tanzania still remain with the right to admit any member, any citizen from the member states. Because we are not yet in a political union or a monetary union.
Okay.
Now they found that they are there illegally.
What is
because
Jumuiya?
There is no business.
What is Jumuiya?
There were no business they are going to do there.
Okay.
The Jumuiya will say that if you are going there for business, you are going to buy probably maize or you are going to sell maize there. That is your business there. And you are given a number of days that you can stay there. Isn't it? But if they find that there is nothing you are doing there, you are there illegally, you have no business, you are not a tourist, then they still have the right to deport you. Yes, so probably that is the reason. For the alleged torture, I think that is an allegation still. But if it is true, it is not the government of the United Republic of Tanzania that tortured Boniface Mwangi. It is an individual.
We don't know.
It is upon the United Republic of Tanzania to investigate and find the culprit and take them through the legal process as per the constitution of the United Republic.
We're going to take a break, but really quickly, Jumuiya wa Afrika Mashariki, the logo, or rather the, what is the word that they use? Not even the emblem, what is that word? Motto, thank you very much.
Yeah,
is
motto.
One people, one destiny, one people, bringing together all of the countries in the East African community. And it is upon that platform that this shared camaraderie or brotherhood brings
One
people
people.
together. So this is my
Bringing
question.
people together of good behavior.
No, it doesn't say of good behavior. It says one people.
No, even in Kenya, we bring people together, but bad behavior, we take them to jail.
I'm asking a question for which I seek an answer.
Yes, okay.
The logo and the motto is one people, one destiny. And it is upon this platform that they went to Tanzania, acceptable across board. So the question remains, and I'm still seeking an answer before we go to a break. What did they do wrong?
One people.
And they traveled on this platform.
One people, same destiny. One destiny. If we find one of us interfering with our destiny, we have to deal with that person in accordance.
So tell
with
me
the law.
what the interference.
The interference was simple.
But you see, I think the problem here is this. That we are thinking of this issue with a Kenyan mindset.
No, I'm not. You maybe, I'm not.
Let me finish.
I'm not.
Let me finish. And then there's a Tanzanian mindset to these things. And let me tell you, as someone who's both lived in Tanzania and frequents Tanzania, and I'm not saying that Akina Martha Karua did anything wrong as far as I'm concerned, but I'm saying Tanzania has certain ways of doing things.
So this is my question. I've just asked a simple question for which I seek an answer.
Let me answer you.
What did they do
Yes, I will
wrong?
answer you.
Yes.
When we travel to other countries or even other regions of this republic,
yes,
there are two set of things that we ask. One is the cultural and norms of that region that we are traveling to, and the constitution and the laws governing that region. If today you move to Saudi Arabia and live next to Mecca and you want to rear pigs because you rear them in Kenya, it is, of course, the laws may not prohibit you, but you understand culturally the norms of that particular region. You have to behave. You can't go to Qatar with a miniskirt. Of course, there is no law that prohibit you from there.
But you take into consideration.
You go there, you take into consideration. So even Martha Karua and their fellow activists who are paid by foreign masters to destabilize Africa, and we reject in Jesus' name, if they travel to that place, they have first of all to learn the behavior, the culture, the norms of the people of the United Republic of Tanzania. And they behave accordingly. If they don't behave, they will be deported. I even thank Samia Suluhu that they did not even deal with them. They actually only deported them.
Let's take a break on this point at 20 minutes to 9 o'clock. David Olesankok is a member of Parliament at the East African Legislative Assembly, and we're having a conversation. It's going quickly into the areas of political integration now, and we'll come back and we'll continue with this after this short break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges size 8, Dissent, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Amina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Looking into these conversations at a few minutes, 28 minutes going towards 9 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. David Olesankok is a member of Parliament in the East Africa Legislative Assembly, looking into different kinds of integration. And this comes from the question that the East Africa community, as seen many, many years ago and where we are today, and questions are being asked in terms of allegiance to the community, whether it exists in the first place. Because if it did in its reality, that we would then be able to see. And this current situation that we're talking about today is a perfect example of whether that regional community actually does exist beyond the paperwork and the treaties and the ratifications. The spirit of the community. Is this what we're talking about today? Dennis, go.
The East Africa community seeks to bring its people together.
Yes, of course.
As it seeks to bring its people together, we've talked about all the four pillars. And with that, there is also the matter to do with human rights in the region, pretty much. So that if I go to Tanzania...
Which pillar is that?
Under the political pillar, no?
Which has not been implemented.
Which have not been
implemented. Fine, yes. I agree. But that as it may, if one is arrested in Tanzania and there is need to deport them, there is no need of torture, because Boniface Mwangi says
there's never any need for torture anywhere.
It was an alleged.
It is an allegation.
It's an allegation.
We're using an allegation. Same as the Ugandan citizen, who again is an East African. Which begs the question one would want to ask today. What's the need of having EALA or EAC in place if at all the people of the region would be mistreated in a neighboring country?
Not people of the region. How many Kenyans are trading with the United Republic of Tanzania? How many trucks of lorries are in Rwanda as we speak now? How many Kenya Airways flights fly to DRC on daily basis?
Should we therefore dismiss a single Kenyan who's been mishandled in Tanzania?
In fact, Martha Karua is lucky that this time around it was not Magufuli who was the president.
Yes.
What exactly are
you saying?
My friend, you know, you can't interfere with internal affairs of other countries.
Okay,
but
let's take it down a notch. Hold on.
How did they interfere?
Mark.
Okay,
hold on.
Let's take it. To speak now?
I'm not saying it. Let's take it down a notch, and then now let's ask the question. Go, Mark.
You see, there are two things here that I think we need to separate, all right? There is the political reality that is in Tanzania, Uganda, and all these countries. There is what we as Kenyans hold dear and is right, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with what Akina Martha Karua did in as far as the Kenyan state of mind and state of community is 100%. There is also the reality, and I'm speaking as someone who goes to Tanzania a lot. There's also the reality of what happens in Tanzania, what happens in Uganda, what happens in South Sudan, and how you need to diplomatically be able to handle those challenges when you go there, especially when you're a person of note.
Okay.
These are things that we were taught when we went to basic diplomacy classes.
Okay, so
right?
I think
the thing is this. We need to first understand, and this is the question we need to ask Bwana Sankok, right? What is the prevailing reality in Tanzania that then precludes the fact that these individuals were deported?
I think over and all we have to ask if there was any kind of cherry picking done as well. Yeah. Because I asked the question again, if that is the case, why was David Maraga Emeritus allowed into court? He had a brief with Tundu Lissu in court.
Yes.
He's a Kenyan. So why was that allowed and Martha Karua was not allowed, for example? Why? What would there be the disparity between the two?
That is why I'm telling you. As we speak now, there are thousands, if not millions, of Kenyans trading and traveling to other member states of EAC. If one misbehave, we should not take it as an issue between Kenya and Tanzania.
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking a specific. I'm sorry.
Listen.
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking a specific.
Listen, Maraga went.
A specific question.
And Maraga was allowed.
Yes.
Why? Because of his behavior, how he carried himself.
How did Martha carry herself in that way?
You know, let me tell you, and let us be frank on this.
Yes, please, let's.
You have all the rights to enjoy your human rights, as far as they don't infringe into other people's rights. We have freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of assembly and association in Kenya. Don't export them into the United Republic of Tanzania. Tanzania, according to their constitution, they have also their freedoms. Association, worship, and whatever. They will not export that one to Kenya. Until that day, we have the political union and the monetary union making us one state.
Okay. I have a question, simple question. You talk about misbehavior that happened.
Yes.
Martha Karua, Emeritus Chief Justice Willy Mutunga were arrested at the airport.
Detained, not arrested, yeah.
They were detained at the airport and deported back to the country. What misbehavior did they do?
What is the role of
the airport? Is my question.
Yes.
What misbehavior, according to you?
I am telling you. What is the role of National Intelligence Service?
What misbehavior?
Is to collect some information. You may go through even social media platform. What they were commenting in social media was not something that is compatible with the United Republic of Tanzania. Probably those are intelligent reports. Now, if you come to my home, and I tell you I am not admitting you. What is your complaint? Shida yako iko wapi? Umekuja kwangu, kwa nyumba yangu. We are Kenyans, both of us. Wewe umeamuka hapa all the way to Narok. Ukaingia kwangu nikamwambia no. Wewe toka. Huyu mwingine aingie. Nimpatie dada yangu aingie. Na wewe nikufukuze kwangu. Wewe unaenda complain ya nini? As who? The United Republic of Tanzania decided to admit Maraga and reject and deport Martha Karua. That is within their rights.
You see, and I think one of the things that we keep confusing about this thing and going back to the laws of what EAC actually stands for, right? The right of admission into any country
it still remains
within the purview of that country. Right?
That's why between us and Uganda, it is a national identity card. But still, details must be taken. You must be given specific dates of you staying in Uganda and for what purpose. If then, according to the intelligence report, you are exporting misbehavior, you have already commented on your X, you have already put on your Twitter, you have already, that grandmother was misbehaving everywhere.
That's wrong. But
I think we should be careful about how we label things. That's necessary for us to be kosher.
We need to be cautious. But to my
Sorry,
point,
I withdraw.
To my point, you see, what happens is when a country does not want a certain citizen to come into their country, right? They have the right to actually refuse them entry. What we should complain about thoroughly as Kenyans, if we have a right, number one, is if they were arrested and mistreated, right? That one we have a right to complain about 100%, and the government should support us in that. Number two, what Kenyans can complain about is how our citizens were talked about in the National Assembly of Tanzania. But legally speaking, Tanzania was well within its right, other than the claims of torture, to actually say we want so and so here and want so and so not here. Also, when you're a person of repute, when you go to another country where there's a government that is acting in a certain way that you are against, it only behooves you, which is why those people have offices of the former Chief Justice. It actually behooves you to go and say, I'm coming to your country and this is my intention, and do it before.
I beg to probably differ with you in a small point. The point of them discussing the Kenyan citizen. If this Kenyan citizen did not go to Tanzania, they would not have wasted their whole time discussing about the Kenyan citizen. So, because in our National Assembly, we have not discussed about the Tanzanian citizen because they have not interfered with our internal affairs. Please, until that time, that we achieve the political union, we achieve the monetary union, we become one state, let us respect sovereignty of our other member states of East African community. I just beg that one of Kenyans. We may be free in Kenya, we may have freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Let us keep it within our borders. When we go to other countries, we learn their cultures, their norms, their constitution, and we behave accordingly.
Okay, we started off this conversation looking at the East African community as a whole and looking at what it's meant to do in terms of a REC and how then it's supposed to comport itself, bringing in nations together. Now, of course, we see with this most latest issue, do you think that it bears any weight or impact on what is already in the throes of discussion when it comes to the political pillar that is yet to be established? We can't run away from the fact about the political and economic competition between the brothers and sisters in this region. Does this bear any impact? Because we already know that today
zero impact.
We know that today in Parliament there will be discussions about the sentiments that were made yesterday coming out of the Tanzanian Parliament. It will happen today in the Kenyan Parliament. What impact does it bear on the community as a whole, whereby there's already been tensions economically and politically amongst the countries?
Zero impact. Okay. Why? Because whoever tried to interfere with the internal affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania is not a Kenyan representative. United Republic of Tanzania knows who they have elected, either as MCAs, as members of parliament, as senators, as governors, as president. None of them hold that office. So they don't represent anybody at all. United Republic of Tanzania also knows that some of these people are from the civil society world that are fully sponsored by foreign masters. And you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. That is why when we had the ICC cases, and I want to tell you, we had a problem with the ICC cases. I was forced to form a Pan-African peace caravan, a civil society fully sponsored by Kenyans, so that when we go there, we speak on behalf of Kenyans. Because those are supported by foreign masters will speak on behalf of their foreign masters and their paymasters. So Tanzania understand that. And I don't think it will bring any impact. As for our group of the East African Legislative Assembly, we have discussed, we have dismissed. It have no impact. These are not elected leaders, so they don't represent. When they will be elected by the people, and they talk in that manner, then probably it will bring some impact.
So there are discussions that happened in the National Assembly in Tanzania, and we also expect discussions to happen today in the National Assembly in Kenya. But that aside, there is also perception that is being built between the people, because remember, Iyala, talk about the region, we're talking about the people in these countries and their perceptions, and Kenyans, Tanzanians are really talking. Where we stand today, just what effect does this have to the people and how they view the Jumuiya? And how does that make you feel as an Iyala MP?
You know, Kenya, we have deported their two brothers and so many other people. And it have not affected our relationship with those other nations. And Margayan, we don't have to have very short memories, So the isolated case of a few people deported from Tanzania will not have any impact. Yes, today I drove all the way from Narok. The trucks that are traveling, and I'm sure they are in the northern corridor, because in East Africa we have two main corridors. The central corridor, that one goes through Tanzania, and the northern corridor that go through Kenya. The trucks that I encountered on the way, I realized that our business is still thriving. I tried also to see the KQ booking and flights to DRC, flights to Rwanda, flights to Tanzania, Mount Kilimanjaro International Airport. By the way, it is still very good and it is still very promising. And for the economic bloc of East Africa, we will do all that is humanly possible to make sure that it is stand. And that we will actualize the political union. Then we'll have free movement of activism across the borders. Because
now you'll welcome activism at some point.
We will not have borders. I'm saying once we achieve the political union, we'll be one country.
Okay.
Once we are in one country, then there will be no borders. We'll do away with the colonial boundaries. And then we can now move. But before that, each country maintain their sovereignty.
So at that time, East Africa essentially will be one country.
Yes.
Okay.
One confederation.
That is from probably what we project is 2031.
Okay.
With one single currency called pesa, meaning you will not have to convert your Kenya shillings into Tanzanian shillings. No, you just move. We'll have one currency called pesa, just the way we are used to have the East African shilling. The East African shilling. So we want to come back to that.
That's
we
5
use
years
even
from
to have
now,
the
6
East
years
African
from now.
airline. We want to domesticate the airline so that flight from Nairobi or from Kigali is still considered as a domestic flight, not an international flight. We want to, we are on the process, and I'm sure we will achieve. And we will not be interfered by isolated cases of misbehaviors.
I think really to bring some sort of balance to this conversation, I think there's the one side where Kenyans correctly feel that our citizens were not treated well. There is also the fact that Tanzania has the right to agree whether certain Kenyans should go to Tanzania or not. That is their total sovereign right. We also don't agree that the words used about Kenyans in general are not fair. We don't feel well treated when they say Kenyans in general have bad manners. For example, I don't, right?
But even me, I don't have.
Yeah, but at the same time...
You don't have bad manners, or you don't care that they said
No, I don't have bad manners. I don't have bad manners.
But at the same time, we must be very clear. We must be very clear that these countries live in certain social, political, and legal realities that are not yet married together, that we can use the Kenyan standard to measure the Tanzanian standard and therefore deal with the Tanzanian politics.
Yes.
Because honestly speaking, and I'm speaking now as a Kenyan caring for Kenyans, there are some things if we carry from Kenya to Tanzania, my friend.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you still have border posts? So that each country have the right to admit or not to admit. The border post does not mean that you have to move freely. You'll still have to fill some documentation, and then after they have scrutinized the documentation, they have the right to admit you or not to admit you. They did it as a favor. They actually only deported. They did not arrest them. They did not do anything. They just told them, wait for your flights, you go back to your country.
For those that were
because
deported,
you have no right to enter. There are so many Kenyans who go to the Namanga border, they are not admitted. There are so many Tanzanians who come to the Namanga border, even after spending a lot of money, they are not admitted because probably what they are coming to do is not very clear according to the authority. So I think that we rest that case. And lastly,
in 10 seconds.
Yes, you told me about my green suit. My green suit is actually to encourage people to plant more trees and make our country green. And also the flag of East Africa, we must be patriotic to East Africa because no one applied to be East African community. We are brought here by destiny, and we have to learn to live together as brothers and sisters or perish together as fools. And we are not fools.
We leave it at that. David Olesankok, Iyala Member of Parliament, has been here this morning as we talk about the future of regional integration. Thank you so much for being in the hot seat this morning. Asante Sana. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. Transuya Governor George Natembeya has ordered the CEO of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Abdi Mohammed, not to accept political manipulation to silence government critics. Speaking in Kitale, Natembeya claimed that there was a telephone conversation between EACC officials and State House on how to deal with him when he was arrested last week.
Kama kuna watu ambao hawapendi kufanya haramu na kutenda haki ni Waislamu. Mimi naambia ndugu yangu yule anasimamia hii maneno, wewe ukiona kwamba hujanifanyia hujuma, endelea vile unafanya. Lakini ukienda msikitini, uuliza nafsi yako, uone kwamba unahukumu mtu ambaye ako na haki ama hana haki. Ametenda mabaya ama hajatenda mabaya. Ni propaganda ama ni vita ya siasa, si ndio? Kule kwa EACC kule, ndio mimi namwambia, I'm challenging you. Ukiona kwamba kuna makosa na tembea alifanya, proceed with your work. Lakini kama ni njama, maana tukikuwa pale kulikuwa na simu inatoka State House inakuja pale. Wale jamaa ukiandika simu anaamka, yes your excellency, yes sir, anaenda kula anaongea anarudi.
Governor Natembeya also requested President William Ruto to release more than 10 youth who were arrested by DCI detectives on charges of obstructing EACC officers from doing their jobs when they raided his home.
Na mimi nataka kuomba serikali na niombe rais pia, kuna vijana ambao wamekamatwa, mahaslas, vijana wana wazazi, wanaozaa kwa sel. Hawa vijana wako na haki, masaa 24 yamepita hawajapelekwa kotini. Kwani mnyonge hana haki? Hawa vijana wapelekwe kotini kesho ama waachiliwe, na wakienda kotini kesho wapewe bond, si ndio? Mimi najaribu njia ya kusimamia watoke kwenye sel.
Meanwhile, Emmanuel Manasa, the Trans Nzoia Chief Officer for Finance, accused of conflict of interest and abuse of office alongside Governor Natembeya, will today plead to the charges. Natembeya was last week charged with 3 counts of abuse of office and conflict of interest that led to an irregular acquisition of some 6.5 million public funds. Masunga was not in court on that day and therefore did not take a plea. The charge sheet shows Masunga knowingly acquired a direct interest in the sum of 2.68 million Kenyan shillings through Easterly Winds Limited, a company in which he had a private interest as the sole signatory. The company traded with the county government of Trans Nzoia, where Masungo is the chief officer for finance. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is convening an urgent meeting with opposition leaders to address the recent abduction and release of Juja MP George Koimburi. The meeting aims to assess the state of political harassment and intimidation in the country, particularly by the Kenya Kwanza regime, as stated by Kalonzo. Kalonzo condemned Koimburi's abduction, highlighting concerns about the safety of Kenyans, even as former DP Rigathi Gachagua, who visited the MP in hospital, confirmed the status of his health.
He has serious soft tissue injuries. This is torture normally done by professionals. He has lost his voice and the doctors are working round the clock to restore his vocal cords. And the Honorable Koimburi has been able to communicate through writing because he is not able to speak that some chemical was administered through inhalation, and the doctors have told us that preliminary investigations confirm that chemical has interfered with his vocal cords. The doctors have assured us they are doing everything within their power. He's out of danger.
Police are investigating an incident where a Yemen envoy in Nairobi collapsed and died in his house. According to police, Muhammad Nabil, aged 52, and who was an attaché at the Yemen embassy in Nairobi, collapsed and died in his house. His wife said he developed breathing difficulties before he collapsed. The wife raised an alarm before neighbors and an ambulance arrived for help. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead on arrival. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Rather 8 minutes after 9 o'clock. Good morning, and this is the final hour of the Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, and we continue with stuff that we see happening around the country, and that forms the basis of a conversation that we're having this morning. But I want you to imagine for a moment before we get into that. Imagine having a trusted ally by your side always. Well, that's the I&M Bank promise. We empower you with tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. So whether it's a new business venture, it's your child's education, or you're securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we're on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank. Build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on-your-side banking and find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And always remember that I&M Bank is where? On your side. That's something that you ought to remember. And even as we go into a conversation this hour, yesterday we saw an article that established the conversations that had been had over the last couple of weeks in terms of what's going to be done. And to help us into that conversation this morning, before we tell you a little bit more about what that is, Victor Ndede is a technology and human rights manager with Amnesty International Kenya, and he is in the hot seat this morning. Victor, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
How are you doing?
Very well. How about you?
Very well, thank you. We admire your dedication. We hear that you got up very early this morning and you were on a plane and you were in the hot seat this morning.
Yes,
you
the
did.
Conversation is as important.
I love to hear it. I absolutely do. And that you're here on time. There are many folk who could learn a lesson or two from you, but thank you for being here. We're looking into surveillance or service, the push to assign meter numbers to internet users in Kenya. We'll look into what a meter actually does and what it would do on the internet in just a minute. But we want to take you to Ghana for a minute, and we can see that you're dressed for the part, so yay.
Yes.
Our proverbs that we usually take every week, we go to a different African continent. We're in Ghana this week. Mark is going to share the proverb with you, and then we would like to hear your interpretation of the same.
Yes. But I hope that meter is a meter they're giving all of us. Yani 1 mila.
One can only wish.
1 mila. One internet user, 1 mila. That's a good campaign promise. Anyway, moving to Ghana. Right. A child who asks questions does not become a fool. I repeat, a child who asks questions does not become a fool.
So my interpretation of it.
Yes, yes, please.
I mean, anyone who asks is eager to learn and is eager to gain knowledge. And I believe knowledge drives away foolishness. And in that sense, that proverb is very justified, that seek, learn, and when you learn, you do away with foolishness or do away with ignorance. And so, yeah, valid.
Uliza swali. Tuanze na Ndu.
Okay, so these are the conversations that we're having this morning, obviously asking questions and seeing exactly what is happening. So internet surveillance is a growing concern in the country. We're looking at the events of over the last 1 year or so, where there has been increased surveillance in terms of where people are on the internet, what they are doing, whom they are conversing with, the messages that they are spreading. We know that there's been accusations left, right and center that the internet has been, not just accusations, but I mean, it's the reality that oftentimes the internet has been used to spread false information. That has happened. We take that. But now what we are looking at is that there is a bill before our legislators that essentially will see that there will be meters put, digital meters essentially put in, that would find out where you are on the internet, for how long, who you're talking to, and what messages you're putting out there. It's surveillance. However you want to look at it, it's surveillance. And if it were to pass this bill, that there would be unfettered access to you, me, everybody who gets on the internet and what exactly you do day or night. What's the problem?
Yeah, I think this bill is quite problematic in the sense that, you don't look at it, and as you rightly put it, it's important that we look at it in the ecosystem that it comes in. It's coming on the back of a lot of calls for social media regulation, from the Interior PS to the Kotu SecGen to the Interior CS. Virtually everyone in government has called for social media regulation. And in us reading this bill, you actually see that the intent is actually to surveil. And yesterday night I was on show with the author of the bill, and she alluded other things that were the intention of the bill, which clearly from you reading and everyone reading, the intention of that bill is to essentially know what Kenyans are doing on the internet. If you say you want a digital meter, so look at this bill in this sense. It's proposing a billing system. The system has a unique meter number for each unique customer. Then the system is designed to monitor customer usage. The customer usage in that bill has not been defined. So what is the usage? What customer usage would you be looking at? The third thing is that this customer usage is then converted into readable details that can be shared with the Communications Authority, which is a state agency. And so if you look at the internet and how it works, when you say customer usage, essentially you're saying, I'm able to see perhaps what websites, what applications you're using.
Yes.
And all this data then is then transmitted to the Communications Authority. And the objects or the reasons that have been stated in the bill is to see to it that Kenyans get value for the data they use. But if you look at the length and breadth of the data they need, or the bill is proposing to collect, it actually goes way over and above what is necessary for billing purposes. And so in effect, the broadness of it, the vagueness of it is by design, and if we give it a proper interpretation, it's actually unconstitutional. Yeah.
So if you look at what the bill proposes, especially for ISPs, is for ISPs to be able to get all that data and once every financial year give it to Communications Authority of Kenya, which is a government agency.
Yeah.
And when you talk about a billing mechanism or a metering way of doing the same, a layman Kenyan, I was having a discussion with someone yesterday, and they would say, even if I'm buying data, even if for a GB for 1 hour, it is still a metering way. It is still a way that I'm paying for my data. So there is no need for government to come and regulate how I am paying for it. And here you say that you termed the proposed law as an invasive and extensive data collection and surveillance of citizens. Why would you say that?
It's a massive data collection exercise, because remember, you are assigning a unique meter to each customer. I can't quite remember the stats right, but we have way over 30-something million mobile subscribers, most of which are internet users. And so you can imagine, and what actually the bill says is at least once a year this data is shared with the CA. It doesn't mean that they cannot request for it every other week. The wording there is at least once a year. And so what we are saying here is that data or internet usage data on 38 million Kenyans will be in the custody of a government agency. ISPs will be mandated to collect this data, and it's on 38 million people.
Okay.
I mean,
my question is much simpler than that.
Yeah.
Because I'm listening to you, and I'm sure many people listening to you are also wondering, what the heck are you talking about? So let's start here.
Yeah.
One, when I go to the internet, I have a phone number, for example. At home, I have a router number. I have a specific, what's that thing called? I forget. ISP. That knows who I am. And this information is not exactly hidden from the government.
Yeah.
And two, my information. So I'm thinking websites I visit. This is not hard to know, right? Because see, that's how they investigate.
Essentially,
people.
they know it anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I am sitting here. I'm trying to think. Okay, what new information is this that is being sought that is not necessarily available? If I do a crime and I am arrested, they're able even to go through my previous Google searches and they find out how to hide a Nigerian body because me and Ndu had a thief. You understand?
Yeah.
They can do all those things. So what is this that they're trying to find that they already can't find?
Yeah, I think, Mark, your question is actually where we always start when reviewing legislation. You ask yourself, what mischief is being cured by this legislation? What are they aiming at? And when you look at whatever you've defined or you've described as government can still get this info if they wanted to, there's actually a law through which they do that. But you see here, this bill is proposing an indiscriminate mass surveillance of the same data. So you don't need to be a person of interest in a criminal investigation or any investigation for that matter for your data to be accessed, because ordinarily they would have to get a court order to start investigating your devices, intercept your communication. That is what is there by law. In practice, maybe up for debate. But in this scenario, what you're looking at is a system where indiscriminately you have data on 38 million Kenyans. And so someone sitting somewhere with whichever dashboard would be able to actually look at Mark Bichachi for 2025. His most visited website was X, or his data traffic was largely on X.
Yes, it was X. Yes.
So, so that you don't create what the scenario it then creates is that, and what is worrisome from a human rights perspective, you can't have indiscriminate mass surveillance.
Okay.
Nobody is comfortable, and I mean the chilling effect that it creates, because you can imagine if you sit today knowing that all your internet traffic is being collected, stored, and shared with the government of Kenya, I don't think you'd go to some websites you go to.
Like X for Mark. But the question would be, to what end? And I think that's what we're trying to get there, because it seems like we know the answer. We know what it is that there seems to want to be a situation whereby a level of control then is established. So it's the strategies that you talked about, that if you want to find out what somebody's doing, the law requires that you go and get a court order and that you must go through all of these steps. But then it would seem as though those steps is what they're trying to cut out. Because then I have access to everything. I don't need to talk to someone else later to find out if I can check Aseto's and see if he's planning something or some kind of insurrection. You see, so it's cutting out all of these processes that the law requires that you do. By having this bill in place, it is just established and it's agreed across board that, you know what, we can check all of these things and we can do with it whatever we please thereafter.
I think what actually we are looking at, the devil in the details here is in how it has been drafted. You know, it's very vague and it's subject to very broad interpretations. Because if someone says monitor customer usage,
what does that mean?
What does that mean? You know, how do you define usage? Because in the context of internet, someone would, and what Honorable Keitany was saying yesterday is that you need to get a meter and that bills based on your consumption, so that you're able to track, trace how your data has been used, which ideally is a nice idea in consumer protection. But how this bill is drafted, this is just a Trojan horse.
Indeed.
Just lie to us, get us in line, and then once the bill is passed, then we realize, we actually allow these guys to monitor.
So how does it marry then with the Office of Data Protection, whereby your privacy essentially is guaranteed, should be guaranteed, because the setting up of that office almost guaranteed just that. It's the same reason why you can't take pictures of my children wantonly wherever you are. You cannot take pictures of Mark and then go post them on X magazine as you would like without his permission.
Yeah.
So how does that marry in with this particular office, which was set up to do the very same thing that it seems that this bill is trying to remove?
You see, and this is where we have an issue with it. You see, when you look at the Kenyan constitution, it provides for the right to privacy under Article 31. When you read Article 31D, it talks about you have the right not to have the privacy of your communications infringed.
Yes.
Then the Data Protection Act actually came to give effect to these two constitutions, Article 31C and D. So when you look at the Data Protection Act, it has principles around purpose limitation, where data can only be collected for one purpose, and then you cannot repurpose it for other things. And then there's also the principle around data minimization. But you see here we have an overly broad and vague law that says just collect customer usage, which then defeats the purpose of defeats the principle of purpose limitation, because for me the data that I use and whatever that the bill is proposing goes way and over and above the purposes of billing. And then there's the data minimization issue. Why do you need to have 38 million people's data? And then there's a question you asked around what is the aim? You see, with a meter means one of two things. You know, the way if you didn't pay, you get your meter,
you can lock it,
blocked, or someone actually disconnects the meter and you have to repay for connection. So that means that the effect that could come at some point, and of course perhaps just reading into the bill further, it would mean that the Communications Authority or the government could actually make an order that a certain meter be switched off.
If you keep checking things like how to build a bomb, they can now come and decide we are worried because now we can shut this thing down.
The level of intrusion here is quite scary, right? Because first, of course, there's the fear that you wake up one day and your internet connection is gone. That is a fear. But then there's also the fear of how granular this data could go.
Yes.
Because it's one thing to know that I go to x.com, right? It's another thing to know that I follow Aseto and Jane and Tom. And then it's another thing to know what I actually say between me and Aseto, and then make a conclusion of my isn't that what the Chinese do in that social grade system of theirs that they have?
And if I can connect, if you allow me to just connect that, there's a book called 1984 written by George Orwell. The central message of this book was how governments go towards totalitarianism and authoritarianism, whereby essentially what you do is that you make sure you put in all kinds of controls. You control how they think, you control how they speak, you control essentially how you think, and then you destroy the human spirit. George Orwell wrote the book in Europe, not here. But we can see that this is how this is how the characterization that he makes very clear in this book. We can't run away from the things that we're actually seeing now that is a current day manifestation of the things that he wrote in that book. Are we not hurtling very quickly to a place whereby if there are meters and controls in almost everything that we do,
and they can know what I'm saying,
and they know what I'm saying and what I'm thinking, essentially we are going towards authoritarianism, are we not?
I think let me also bring another perspective. I mean, because as an organization, as Amnesty, we've of course worked in this space for quite a bit. You know, in 2019, we had an almost similar proposed amendment. It was the Kenya Information and Communication Act Amendment Bill of 2019. It was proposed by now late Honorable Ijendi. What that bill proposed was we needed to have social media regulation. And they said we need to register all bloggers in Kenya. But when you went and read on what a blogger was defined as, was basically anyone on social media. If you put up a post on your Facebook, you're defined as a blogger. And so then it meant that you'd have to be registered with the regulator. Which would also mean that it would attract some fees. It would then attract some certain sanctions if you don't go through what or the code of conduct that they propose to have. They'd even placed obligations on WhatsApp group administrators in that bill. That bill proceeded all the way to the committee stage. guys fought so hard, at least the then Committee on Communication at the National Assembly, so it fit to drop that bill. But if you look at the context, and that's why I'm saying, for us, we look at this thing in an ecosystem of things. Everything is building up to something. And normally it's attacked from many laws, because even in the current finance bill, KRA is seeking waivers. Is like, let's delete the clause that protects citizens' personal data from being integrated with the tax system. And the question there still is, why would you need all this data in the hands of businesses for you to do your tax administration? There are far less intrusive ways to do this. And that's what we're even saying with this bill. Whatever intention they have on ensuring that people get value for money for the data bundles they purchase, there are better ways and less intrusive ways of getting to that end.
So if you... When you look at the bill in place now, there are a few things that I've picked up. So there is the unique number. The unique number then would grant you access to the internet, right? And then we have the meter within which now you get to do your business and whatnot, right? Now we have the readable data as well, which is being shared by CAK. And one would argue all these is so that the government gets an opportunity, an open door to do as it wishes, in the sense that through the readable number, they're able to come up with a conclusion about you and what it is you do on social media and decide whether to revoke that meter number that grants you access or not. And these will then go forward to make a decision on the kind of communication that the government wants to happen on the interweb. Is that so?
Yeah, quite correct. Because you see, once you assign someone a meter number and you're saying it's a unique meter number, it's assigned based on a unique identifier. And the single most unique identifier we have as Kenyans is your ID number. And so then it means that ID number that you have and will be what will be used to assign a meter number. And so you can then imagine that everything you do now, because if your phone already is a meter, assuming you have a meter on your phone, it's assigned to an ID number. So every traffic that passes through that meter number will be assigned to you. So you can think about the implications for people who provide Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fis. So Standard Group here, you have a Wi-Fi maybe for staff. Standard Group is the registered owner of that meter number. Someone does nefarious things on that system or that Wi-Fi, then you'd clearly see a scenario where this liability will actually be apportioned to Standard Group because they own the meter number. Or it would be easy to just say, you guys, let's shut down your meter number as we figure out things. That is the chilling effect when you read this bill.
You know, let me tell you, and let's make it very organic. You know, people are saying about nefarious things and things like that. You just think about your communication with your grandmother, your mother, your father, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your sister, your cousin, and all the things that you say.
It's
right? Being able to be monitored in any way. It is scary to know that someone sitting in a government organization can sit down, look at your meter number, and download your conversations. That is scary. You know, let me give you this story. Do you know that this surveillance system that the United States had after 9/11, how many times did they confess that they were accessing people's nudes? They actually had a score system for people's nudes. In that, I forget what it's called, the monitoring thing that they did in the States. That means someone, some Otieno, some John, some Kamau, some whatever, can be sitting somewhere and going through your private information, data, and whatever, and ranking you.
And you see, the saddest part about it, when you talk about internet, is internet as well is attached to GPS systems and whatnot. Because I look at what it is you're saying here. When you have a unique and identifiable meter number for each individual, then ideally you create a trail for this person. And if at all it was just metering and saying this person used 10 gigabytes, the other details they do not need.
Yeah. But even when I later reflected further on this, I was quite clear that this metering thing is just dangerous. Even if you're looking at just metering or determining how much data someone used, because if your phone right now, most of our phones can show us how much data we are using, either an Android or an Apple device. the particulars of which tell you which applications and which platforms you use the most. When you read the bill, it talks about monitor customer usage. For you to know any usage, or if someone was to tell me that you actually use 50 GB, they would actually come and tell me, you spent an hour on X, you watched this number of videos or this quantity of videos. That is the usage data that populates your gigabytes of data. And so it means at no point will this customer usage say, or data that is transmitted will just be this person used 50 GB of data. It will have to break down the details for you.
Of what exactly?
So you can imagine you have all these websites you visited in a report or in an invoice, because part of the system is generating an invoice. So your invoice is reading you spent X number of minutes on or hours or GBs on certain things that I may not want to mention on radio. All that data will be there. And so the big thing here from a human rights perspective is the chilling effect on free expression.
Sure.
Because you see, when you look at free expression, we are told you have the right to seek, receive, and impart information, ideas, you have artistic creativity there, you have research there. So you can imagine all these things involve you getting on the internet to seek information, to receive information, to impart ideas, to
educate, entertain.
Yeah. So all this data, because the law has not defined what this customer usage is, all this data, someone could define it at some point. You can imagine if you get this as an act of parliament, and tomorrow someone decides usage data will go into the specific websites you visited and all that to generate an invoice. And so that's what we are worried about.
Okay, we'll take a break and then we'll come back and look at really actually then what privacy means when the office of the data commissioner then was set up, because I mean it's not really an old office, right? It's still pretty new. So what was it envisaged to actually guarantee? And how would this then undermine what that mandate actually was? And so Kenyans are obviously feeling, look, we have a certain element, a right of that expression and of that privacy. How does this counter? We'll come back and continue with that in a short while. Technology and Human Rights Manager with Amnesty International is Victor Ndede. He is in the hot seat this morning, and we're looking at surveillance or service, the push to assign meter numbers to internet users in Kenya. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
5 minutes to 10 o'clock with Victor Ndede, who is the Technology and Human Rights Manager with Amnesty International Kenya. And we're looking at this proposed bill. And also depending on what it is and remember who passes bills, and we also know where they hang out. So the likelihood of this passing is also something that's then taken into consideration. However, this put against the rights that Kenyans have towards their own privacy and what this essentially would mean. How do we play that with an office that was set up to guarantee the rights to this privacy?
And thanks very much for that, because when you look at the establishment of the Data Commissioner's Office or the Data Protection Commissioner's Office, it's established by the Act, the Data Protection Act, and it was a long walk to get to that law. And because of the realization that the Constitution had provided some promises that you and primarily that information relating to you, your family, and your private affairs should not be unnecessarily revealed or required. That is Article 31C and Article 31D on the privacy of your communications not being infringed. The Data Protection Act actually was enacted to give life to these two sabbaticals of the Constitution. And so then you look at the Data Commissioner's Office or the Data Protection Commissioner's Office as an enforcer of these two rights. They are trying to ensure, their work is to ensure that personal information is not unnecessarily revealed or required, and privacy of communications is not infringed in the enforcement of this law. And if you look at what this bill is providing, and just as I shared earlier, this is massive amounts of data collection. You can imagine all the internet users. Most of us have 2 or 3 devices, which would mean a license for each of, or a meter for each of those devices. So the numbers could even go up to maybe 40 million unique internet subscriptions. And all this data being collected, the law is already saying, please do not collect more than what you need as a principle in the Data Protection Act. Collect only that which you need. Collect what is adequate, what is relevant. If you look at this, the reading of this bill, it's collecting more than, the intention would be to collect more than is necessary for billing. And so it would erode and draw back all the gains we've made in creating a privacy culture in Kenya. And this is quite concerning because a lot of work has gone into getting that Data Protection Act in place, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner in place, and then we start clawing back on some of these promises that the Constitution made and the Data Protection Act actually enacted. And that's something that we have to be concerned about.
You see, when you talked about the Office of the Data Protection Agency, there is the question that now all this data will be given to CAK and they will be the ones to stay and store this data. How they will do it is not clear. How they will use it is not clear. Just how dangerous is that? Because then you see these will be bypassing the Office of Data Protection on what role they should do.
Yeah, I mean, in reading of the bill, of course, there's lack of clear oversight on what exactly or who exactly oversights this data sharing. Of course, they'll say CA is oversighted by a board, which it has, and Parliament. But this is a very operational thing that people would ask, how do you oversight this? But the main thing to note, even before we get there, Aseto, is in the act in itself of collecting data points on 38 million people just to generate invoices and bills on their usage is already an excessive data collection exercise, which would already be afoul of the law and even the Constitution itself. Because this bill, if you read it in the way it's been drafted, it's actually a bill that is proposing to limit the right to privacy. Yeah. And so for a law to limit a right, it has to meet a certain criteria. It has to be necessary, it has to be proportionate, and it has to pursue a legitimate aim. This law does not do any of those 3 things.
Just a quick question. Does this law say that once this data is collected and it's given to the Communication Authority, what the Communication Authority can and can't do with that data? Does it say?
No, it's silent. And so then it would mean that everything else that is within the powers and functions of the Communications Authority would then be applied to the data that is collected under this amendment bill, should it become an act. Yes. So everything else would apply.
So basically, you become property. Your data becomes property without limit to the Communication Authority and all its functions.
Yes.
One of which, by the way, is to switch off SpiceFM, should they choose so.
I wouldn't say that out loud, but okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You see, if your data is given to the authority and the authority has the ability to switch off certain stations, right? It means that then your own device being given to them, and then it does not meet the requirements of what they want done, then they can do what they do to every other.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point where I was making, that if you issue a meter number, then impliedly you can actually withdraw the meter.
Yes.
The meter number. And so it would mean effectively, if, say, for example, a telco refuses to assign you a meter number, you cannot access the internet.
Right.
And that already is problematic, because it creates an access issue.
Yeah.
If they get an instruction to withdraw your meter number, they will effect that instruction based on whatever customer usage data has been seen. And so what we're saying is that this bill is just a Trojan horse. Once it is enacted, a whole world of surveillance opportunities opens up to the state. The other thing to note also is, imagine an ISP with all this data, government with all this data.
Yes.
This data is so rich from advertising agencies, digital markets.
Yes.
So they'll be attacked
Yes.
for someone to get this data. And in fact, that's why in that article yesterday, I talked about the cybersecurity implication of this. Because I would imagine for any big tech, because that's their big business, advertising, this data would be like a treasure trove.
Absolutely.
You know, like, I already know what this guy likes, which websites they visit. I mean, I can target you with advertisement because I already have clarity on how you operate on the internet. And so who will work to protect this data? We have had significant attacks on certain government systems.
Yes.
BRS recently had an attack, and we had a lot of that data on who owns companies, or the beneficial ownership data, to the level of beneficial ownership data shared with on the dark web.
Yes.
I think a year ago we had the denial of service attack on eCitizen, and nobody has come back to us and told us this is how things went. This is either what was taken. This is what remedies we have put in, because of how obscure some of these things are. And so now you can imagine another database with 38 million people's internet usage. And remember, this data is collected, I mean, the bill says at least once a year, but the CA could actually collect it more than once a year if it chooses to, because the minimum threshold has already been set. No maximum threshold has been set on access.
Okay.
And there's no law in terms of how long this data is kept, because there's also supposed to be, if you're keeping my data, you're keeping it for how long?
Yeah, so I mean, the Data Protection Act provides that, of course, data cannot be kept in perpetuity. You have a right to be forgotten.
Yes.
And they have to delete that data at some point. But of course, the bill is not clear on whether and how this data should be kept, for how long. And those are things that I think would be defined by statute rather than regulations that would come later, so that we are clear that if this thing comes to pass, then if data is collected on my internet usage, someone cannot stay with it timeless.
So, beyond looking at cutting out what the demands of the law are in terms of what then you can retrieve from somebody, we're looking at this bill. I don't see that it provides anything more than what is already currently available for them to do. If they wanted to find out what you were doing, they could today. If they what this bill, the only thing that I see is that it cuts out the whole thing of having to go down, getting a court order, wait for this, the other thing. It just opens the door. Is it possible, as other jurisdictions do, that we often compare ourselves to, that you can create a balance between the offerings of technology and then any kind of information control that a state would then want to establish? Is it possible to have a good relationship between the two?
It's a complex one. You know, and let me just go back to something you've alluded to. What new thing are they trying to do? Because you see, Kenya already has mandatory SIM registration. For you to get a SIM card, you have to provide an ID, a passport, an alien card for everyone. I mean, from you as a citizen, a tourist visiting produces a passport, refugees produce a refugee card. So everyone, SIM cards are already mandatorily registered. And SIM cards are probably the account for the highest percentage of people on how people access the internet. Even if you look at home fibers and stuff, they're still linked to a certain SIM card that you used to make the request and used to actually pay. And so when you look at a bill that now tries to reinvent this, and I've tried checking across the globe, I've not seen such a system anywhere else in the world where there's a meter number and a unique meter for internet usage. And of course, yesterday, the Honorable Member likened it to an electricity meter token, the prepaid token system. And the question was, it was a difficult conversation, but
because when you talk about a meter number, Kenya Power never comes to tell you that your fridge uses X amount of power or whatever. But they are,
or use this amount of power on things that vibrate in your house.
Exactly. It is all about, this bill wants to go deeper and open the floodgates to authorities to use your data as they wish.
Yeah, it's. There are two effects of this thing. There's of course the massive collection of data.
Yes.
The second one is just the chilling effect.
Yeah.
Do you know, like, the moment this thing passes, nobody will use the internet the same way they use it right now.
Yes.
Because I'll be like, I think these guys are monitoring my traffic. It's like you having your browser on a billboard and how you're using your phone just being on a billboard. Someone seeing your thoughts, someone seeing what you're researching. Think about it like people who have perhaps researching on a medical condition, researching on a holiday. All this information someone would have access to. And the problem that is created there is you start getting people self-censoring themselves. Because you are worried that if whatever I'm researching, whatever I'm sharing with my friends and colleagues is shared with the state, then certain things would follow me.
That means the bill, if you look at it deeply, goes in to curtail on the freedom of information and access to that.
Yes, because you see, when you have a right to access information, and on the other side, someone is saying, I have access to all the information you're trying to access. Then you're left with the question, should I proceed or not?
No, let me just ask a question, because people are asking, this is about cyberbullying, it's about online criminality and things like that. Now, we've said this before, and let me repeat for their benefit, that number one, there is cures already in the law. If you're cyberbullied, correct? They can investigate.
Yes.
If there's criminal activity happening online, they are able to access all those systems and still investigate, correct?
Yes.
So this bill is not curing anything criminal.
Yeah, and I mean, already the constitution of this country provides for what would be limitations to freedom of expression.
Yes.
Advocacy for hatred, hate speech, incitement to violence. Those are already provided in law.
Yes.
When you look, and the government enacted in 2018 the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, provides for a whole list of offenses that relate to using of computers or digital systems. So, and when you look at, perhaps if you're, and I even saw those comments yesterday around child sex offenders, there's already a law that looks at those people. But if you say you want to indiscriminately surveil all of us in the guise of looking for a few criminal elements, that's a problem. Unless you're saying all of us are criminals first, and then we prove ourselves innocent.
Or we must ask you then how you can efficiently do your job if you must put everybody into the basket and then weed them out. Your job requires that you should be succinct in your, in your pursuit of you should be able to then be able to zero in on. You can't now say throw everybody into the net and then thereafter start to pick out the fish. I mean, for goodness sake, we're not fishermen here. You should be able to do it with better accuracy. That's why you're there.
Yeah, and even just the amount of work they're trying to load onto themselves. Like, how would you even humanly look at 38 million people's invoices? How? And even you see, then it would mean that perhaps at some point they want to apply artificial intelligence to this. So imagine again AI systems picking up on your usage data. And someone because first someone will have to train it with your usage data.
Okay, I just had a eureka moment. Perhaps we're looking at something that is the result of somebody saying, what is it that I can actually do that would leave a legacy on my position in this particular office? So perhaps we can ask the question, when we look at Kenya's technological journey and the things that are happening in this space, what is actually lacking that perhaps we can pay some attention to, that those things can actually be done? Are there things perhaps that need to be done in Kenya's tech space?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of things that can be done, and I mean
that we can waste some, not waste, that we can apply some energy
to. I mean, there are things that people are asking for, like, and all these processes around AI and its regulation. We have data policies, cloud policies. There are more useful things to do in that space, and whatever the honourable member ideally explained yesterday, because the concern there is about the expiry of bundles after someone purchases. And we are like, it's an important issue, yes. It's a consumer protection issue, yes. But we are not reading it in the bill you have put forth.
It's not there.
Yeah, it's not there. What you're saying and what the bill is saying are two different things. Yeah. And so the advice was, withdraw this bill, go rewrite whatever you're saying in the language that would fit consumer protection, and then bring it back. But in the current form, whatever you're saying around people getting value for the bundles they need, saying that people buying bundles for 1 hour and then they expire without them using, it's all a market thing. There's an expiry of bundles. There are bundles that, and I mean, the less money you spend, of course, you get higher bundles, but for a shorter period of time. And so it's just how the market is. And further, we told the honourable member, you can't. If sitting in Parliament debating finance bills since 2020, since time immemorial, the same Parliament has sat and passed finance bills and tax bills that have added tax on digital services. Yeah. So if your aim is to get most value for money for the youth of Kenya to access the internet, look at the taxes that are put on digital services. Mobile data, call time, all those things attract excise duty. Yes. Excise is a sin tax. Tax that is levied on alcohol, tobacco.
Things that you maybe don't need.
That you want to dissuade people from using. And so if digital services attract excise, then it means you're trying to dissuade us from using these digital services. And across the continent, it has been the go-to place for governments to raise more income, revenue. Going for digital services, because that's where it's growing. And so if you want to improve the prospects of young people accessing the internet, look at the tax. Yeah. Reduce the tax. Mobile service providers will also definitely meet their side of this deal and reduce the costs of internet. But you cannot use this route to try and tackle that.
But at the same time, when you say that you tax data usage, etc., it also means that as a government, you're incentivized to know that if this guy bought 5 GB, he actually spent 5 GB. So there's already a system to tell that 5 GB has been bought and used.
But now you see what the bill is proposing is for you to know what composes 5 GB. Yeah.
The
website, the downloads, all those things. And that thing is on your invoice.
And you see, this goes even deeper. If you just sit and look in terms of people who work in terms of investigations on the social media, they use pseudonyms. And there will be no pseudo account if anyone is an investigative journalist, because then you will be required to have a meter number that is a unique identifier to you. So in anything that you post on social media, on the internet, will directly be linked to you, which then blocks the work that you do.
Yeah, or even your story is just blown before you get anywhere, because I mean, someone already has access to what you're researching on. That data is available. So And one of the things that has been very important in our internet space has been the pseudonymous and anonymous access to the internet and access to social media platforms, because then they allow for whistleblowers to do what they do. They allow for human rights activists to do what they do. And so when you bring in such a law, then all this gets eroded, and then you have a system where everyone knows that whatever they do on the internet is surveilled at will, mass, indiscriminate, and shared with the government.
I often think, and in development circles, many would agree, that the acts of government should, across board, bring about benefit to the country and to its people and to the processes that they engage in. So oftentimes the question must be posed that in this venture that you are, undertaking, what would be the benefit to process? What would be the benefit to people? What would be the benefit to the state? I'm looking in this one for the benefit to any of those three and trying to keep an open mind. Is there a benefit to any of those three?
Yeah. To be honest, I struggle to see what exactly they're curing. It's like someone just putting out a medicine and say, you just swallow, we'll figure out
what it's treating later.
You are sick, just take the meds.
Because I'm sure, looking at, for us as consumers and internet users, we are worried. I would imagine telcos and internet service providers are wondering what would be the cost of actually implementing this proposal.
That huge amount of data.
Cost would definitely, because these businesses are business and at the end of the day they look at their books, would want to transfer that cost to us, the consumer, for running a digital metering system. So they would have an issue. So and the biggest beneficiary, if at all I would call them that in this transaction, is the state, because they would get what they always want: surveillance data. So if this bill is given a wholesome look, it looks like the only person benefiting properly is the state, to the detriment of our fundamental rights and freedoms. And so the best thing that this bill can do, or the move of this bill can do at this point, just withdraw it, go rewrite the consumer protection way, and bring it back for debate.
But even then, how much consumer protection really is there needed? Because first and foremost, you already tax this thing, and therefore you have a way of measuring what data is being bought and used. It's already measured, right? And therefore the consumer protections you have to have are very basic. That if I bought 5 GB, let me be given 5 GB and I use 5 GB, which I can determine for myself on my phone because it tells me when I use 5 GB in a day. So what protection is this that we need, and who has been harassing me anyway?
But that's what I'm saying. I don't even think it's needed.
Yes.
But I can tell you now, if you just give me 5 seconds, I can list 50 things that are needed in this country for which this sweat and effort to do this thing and these resources that we put behind it can actually go to and actually sort out.
Yes.
I think we are now trapped in another situation whereby somebody's sitting somewhere and saying, you know what, perhaps I can do what? Look at the time it will take. Look at the resources that it will engage. Look at the people that you have to now put in line to have all this sorted out that could very well be doing other things that will benefit this country directly, for which there is lack today.
And not to mention that to make the whole thing of getting on the internet more expensive anyway.
It is already expensive. And then for people who in other countries they're doing the thing for free, almost free. That's where we should be heading instead of this nonsense. Well, I'm sorry, but that's what it looks like to me at this point. But can we get away from this dragnet of, again, I want to know so that I can plan? No, there are other things that I really do believe. If the issue of the thing is too expensive, absolutely. Take it back, rework it, bring it, and then we can say, members of parliament, have a go at this thing. But are we looking at, again, misplaced priorities when it comes to things that ought to be done?
I don't even think there's a priority. I just think it's misplaced.
Yeah,
Victor,
the bill is just fatally defective on arrival. I mean, you read it and everything screams the unconstitutionality. If you draft a law that is so vague, so broad, and it's already proposing to limit a right. In fact, in the bill itself, it is not acknowledged that it's a bill proposing to limit right to privacy. It's basically fatal on arrival. And the only thing, and if Parliament can heed the advice, is withdraw this bill, have the member rewrite a consumer protection bill in the proper manner that it should.
Then deal
rather
from
than
there.
trying to get this Trojan horse snuck in, and then once it's enacted is when we realize actually everything is actually in the hands of the state. And we have to be conscious that this conversation, this bill is not in isolation. This moment of introduction is not in isolation. Of course, the member says it's been in the works since 2023. But conversations on regulation of social media and the internet have been there for a long time.
Absolutely.
I mean, when we saw the bill in 2019, we have seen KRA's intention in the finance bill last year, this year. The intention is clear.
We need to look another way, that's for sure, definitely. And Victor and Jede, we want to thank you so much for being here this morning, opening up a lot on this and putting the spotlight. Technology and Human Rights Manager with Amnesty International Kenya has been in the hot seat this morning. Thank you for doing that. And thank you for being on Kenya's Biggest Conversation, The Situation Room, this Tuesday. For more conversations, join us again tomorrow at 6, God willing. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Morning, this is the News 1.